Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here in a moment. Welcome, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to call attention to an issue with the server, and the documents for tonight's meeting are available at muni.org/meetings. You'll need to scroll down a little bit to a link that says tonight's assembly meeting, January 11, 2022. This is in a different place than where the documents are typically located. And I'll repeat this information too once we gavel in. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is January 11, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Sherman, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Constant, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Before we move on, I want to call attention to an issue with the server that is affecting where the documents for tonight's meeting are located. If you go to muni.org/meetings, scroll down partway to tonight's assembly meeting, January 11, 2022, you can access the documents that way. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of August 24, 2021, and the minutes of the special meeting of August 27, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair and seconded by Mr. Rivera, asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the minutes of the regular meeting of August 24, 2021 and the special meeting of August 27, 2021 are approved. Next, we have the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a few minutes to update folks on the COVID-19 testing issue. We know Omicron is here and cases are rising. Our health department recently distributed 25,000 at-home test kits to Anchorage residents. The Anchorage Health Department is actively working with local providers to ensure the website is updated and accurate. Please go to the Anchorage covidtest.org or follow the Anchorage Health Department social media pages for the latest info. As a reminder, these test sites are not Anchorage Health Department run sites. They are run by private vendors. Since the Muni switched to this new model, more testing sites have come online. Anyone can get a free test regardless if they have insurance or not. Sites and staff are working hard to minimize wait times, but with the uptick in cases and requests for testing, there can be delays. I ask folks to please be patient and show some grace as they come to these sites. I want to thank those working at these sites for their continued service to the public. Vendors have informed the Anchorage Health Department that preparation for new testing sites is in progress. The website will be updated when new locations come on live. I've introduced a ballot proposition that would amend municipal charter to make the municipal clerk an elected position. In 24 other states, local governments have elected municipal clerks. The clerk serves an important role in the administration, supervision, and execution of our elections. Having the clerk elected by the people will improve transparency, create accountability, and increase trust in the democratic process. Clerks around our country are elected by the people. It's time Anchorage does the same. I urge the Assembly to allow the voters of Anchorage to have their say on this important issue. I've also submitted my first legislative program. We have three major priorities: Port of Alaska Modernization Program, housing the homeless, and critical bridge infrastructure repairs. On the port, I'm asking the legislature and the governor for $600 million. We need these funds to achieve food security for Alaska and Anchorage. On homelessness, I'm proposing a $15 million request for a navigation center to help those facing homelessness and find support and services that they need. On the capital projects, I'm requesting $6 million to address critical infrastructure projects that were impacted by recent storms or are in serious disrepair. We will engage in a full court press to advance these priorities and requests. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. First off, welcome everyone and Happy New Year. Thank you for all being here tonight. Thanks especially to our law enforcement members. We'll be recognizing you for your service to our community a little bit later in the agenda. I want to take a moment to recognize the loss of Mr. Edward B. Rasmussen and his monumental positive contributions to our community, and to offer condolences to Mr. Rasmussen's family. Mr. Rasmussen and the Rasmussen Foundation have been incredible partners for the municipality of Anchorage, from supporting our arts and cultural organizations and parks to inspiring a spirit of philanthropy in our community, and most recently championing our housing and homelessness projects. Our community wouldn't be what it is today without his contributions. Please note that we are in a state of high community transmission for COVID-19 and that individuals present are requested to wear face coverings. Masks and face shields are available near the entrance to the chambers. The Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan for the chambers limits capacity in the chambers to no more than 125 people, including media. On today's agenda, including the addendum and laid on the table items, which we'll be addressing shortly, there are a number of items in the 10G section that are being brought forward for introduction to potentially be included on the ballot for the April 5, 2022 regular election. I'm just going to take a few minutes to address process. The chair is authorized under the municipal code to review and schedule assembly agenda items with the clerk's office, as well as schedule assembly meetings and work sessions. This is per AMC 2.20.055B.3 and 5. Thus, I have directed the clerk's office to schedule a special meeting on Wednesday, January 19, to hear the many propositions that are on the agenda for that would be or intended to be on the agenda by the sponsors for the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. Holding a special meeting next week will add more time to the process. We have seen that meetings are taking longer, and we want to make sure that the Assembly has enough time to hear these important items. Holding the public hearings at this special meeting will help ensure that there is time built into the calendar for both the executive and legislative branch to exercise their charter-granted functions. And I want to note that future scheduling of January meetings will take into account the time frame. January can be a challenge. Clearly, if we would have held a meeting the first Tuesday in January, that would have been January 4th, which is very close to the holidays and posed additional challenges. So the proposed public hearing date listed for these items in the 10G section is January 25. Public hearings are never scheduled before the Assembly meetings. They are only proposed. Public hearings are only noticed and scheduled after the Assembly approves the consent agenda and any changes to it. Public hearings may be changed for a variety of reasons at the will of the sponsor or because the item needs to be referred to a board or commission or other reasons, such as the desire to accommodate public testimony. The Assembly leadership, Assembly Council, and the Clerk's office are working on a schedule for submittal of any amendments and the time frame for final action. We will follow up with the body first thing tomorrow morning about that time frame. So we'll come back to this issue before we take up the addendum and lay it on the table items. So just a few other points that I've spoken to at previous meetings. We are here to do the municipality's business, and we have a full agenda tonight. Please help create a climate of respect here. If you're in the audience, please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please refrain from personal attacks. Please direct comments to me or other people on the dais during public testimony and participation. Please remain quiet while others are speaking. Wait for your turn at the podium to speak. Respect the personal space of other people. And please do refrain from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. Noise can interfere with the audio and can make it harder for people to hear what other people are saying, especially on the phone. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, please state your name, community council, or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as that is public testimony. And then a quick word on legislative drafting marks. We've heard from, at different times, from members of the public that the process can be confusing at times. And I want to note that if you're looking at an ordinance, a proposed ordinance or one that has changes, proposed deletions will be bracketed. Proposed additions are generally underlined and italicized. If there's an S, and the S is for a substitute version, then those proposed changes may also be in bold. Thank you all again for being here tonight. We will now go to committee reports, and we will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community Economic Development Committee met last week and came up with a long and aspirational list of projects. If we get it all done, we deserve a reward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Mr. Weddleton and I co-chair, he said what needed to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's going to be a meeting of the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee on Wednesday, January 19th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. via Teams. We'll be covering issues with winter family overflow, do an overview of housing resources, and review some carryover items from December that we weren't able to cover due to staffing issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to a presentation I was doing for the Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, I will defer to my co-chair on the Public Safety Committee for the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
I have no report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
I have no report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be Thursday, January 20th at 12:10 p.m. on Microsoft Teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick updates. The Health Policy Committee meeting and the Public Safety Committee meeting met on January 5th. For the Health Policy meeting, there was a number of questions that were proposed by both the Assembly and the public related to COVID testing, and I encourage the administration to listen to that recording and to provide that information to the Assembly. For the Public Safety Committee meeting, there was a number of updates from the Anchorage Police Department, Fire Department, and Department of Law. Just a few updates. There was an update on the downtown partnership work that is going on in terms of responding to the change in security there. Chief McCoy introduced potential new and incoming Chief Curl, and he spoke a bit. We talked about the panhandling signs that are going up and so some concerns around them. The other thing I would update is that the work on the body camera policy still moves forward. There's an intention to have a meeting of the Public Safety Committee and the Public Safety Commission, along with the Assembly and the Department of Law, the Anchorage Police Department and others, to really come to a final recommendations to be provided to the administration so that policy can be finalized and that can move forward. I think that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before we move on to the addendum and laid on the table items,
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I have a late on the table item that's coming forward. And
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and apologies for the delay here. We do have several items that are going to be laid on the table, and as the clerk and I were discussing, we may need to wait before we actually incorporate the addendum and those laid on the table items. Since we are waiting for additional laid on the table items, I would like to suggest that we go ahead and move to the initial audience participation. Actually, let me check on appearance requests. Just confirming that we do not have any appearance requests. So we will go ahead and move into initial audience participation. First, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the administration to Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, you had made a quick comment in your update, something about watching your recording. As I've stated numerous times, both in writing and verbally, to Assembly members, if you have a question for the administration, I'm happy to take that question in writing, or you can call me, but I'm not going to have time to go back and watch your meeting. So if you have questions, please present them to us in writing, and we'll be happy to respond quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia, do you have a
Yeah, I just
question?
wanted to respond. I appreciate that. At the meeting, there was a number of questions posed by Assembly members. There was also a number of questions posed by the public. I don't have those written down. It was just a suggestion. It's not something that I would require anybody to do, but there may be some questions in there that you may want to listen to and consider providing responses to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. So for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak during the final audience participation. Please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You'll have 3 minutes, and personal attacks are not appropriate. Audience members are asked to avoid clapping and other disruptions during audience participation. And then again, as I noted earlier, Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments, though we may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So we'll go ahead and begin. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the muni in which you live.
My name's Dustin Darden. I'm a candidate for United States Senate going against Lisa Murkowski. I am thankful for the clean, pure glacier water that we have here in Alaska, some of the cleanest water in the world. It flows down the mountains like the clean, pure blood that flows through our veins. I'm thankful for the pure, clean air. I'm thankful for the powerful, clear Word of God and the manifestation of all creation by that Word of God, that the name of Jesus Christ may be glorified from the beginning of what was, what is, and is to come. I'm thankful for the Holy Spirit that grants access to the mouth to say, Jesus Christ is Lord, and the heart able to believe that spoken word, granting salvation for eternity. That self-same Spirit that rose Christ from the dead grants believers authority over all the works of the enemy and discernment of truth and error. That Spirit in His presence brings liberty. The water that is so pure, you all have the ability to end the implementation of the neurotoxic, synthetic, fake fluorides that's added to our water with a vote. The blood that's so pure, you all have the authority to stop appropriating federal funds to have this injected into men, women, and children. The air, you all have the authority to demand regulations over the dispersions of heavy metals, chromium oxides, aluminum, barium, and strontium over our airwaves. The Word, you have the ability to stand for our God-given inalienable right to not hinder the speech of the people. You have the authority to stop the perversions and the pollution of all that God created. And with 20 seconds left, I, Dustin Darden, have petitioned, and I've done things that former Assembly people said wasn't legal, ending the fluoridation of the water. So you guys can do it with the vote, and you can stop appropriating the money for the jabs.
Thank you for participating. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the muni in which you live, or community council.
My name is Jeff Fensky. I live in West Anchorage, and I'm represented by two precious ladies who aren't afraid to show their faces. The only people who aren't afraid here. Okay, so vitamin D, again, is the key to this whole thing, and nobody's talking about it. Dr. Savitz said he was going to email me back. He didn't. He's been a big stick in the mud here. I'm so afraid of people taking too much vitamin D. They'll get hypercalcemia, which has been blown away by Mayo Clinic and others about 7 years ago. Vitamin D toxicity has been greatly exaggerated, would require 50,000 to 100,000 IUs for months to years in order for hypercalcemia. You can get 5,000 IU everywhere in town. Fred Meyer even has 10,000 in a couple stores. And Costco has been giving these out as samples, 5,000 IU gummy chews. So it's not dangerous. This can be used last minute to save almost all lives. The hospitals won't use them. We can all use them. $20 a box. Takes 2 boxes for about a week. And that's online. My site, the top posted page, the top article at tobefree.press, it's got it all. Go down to the orange box and you'll see how much to use. But the idea is to have all of our levels at above 50. Daniel Horowitz wrote, studies show an aggressive vitamin D campaign could have prevented nearly all COVID deaths. Nearly all COVID deaths just by taking enough vitamin D. What has happened to America? The medical establishment was created by Rockefeller to be a business model, not a wellness model. It's love of money driven. Zinc hasn't mentioned vitamin D one time. Fauci only once when interviewed by an actress, and he only said he takes 6,000 when a PhD asked him in an email. So they're selling us out. This is where Alaska is, right over here. This is 30 to 100 now is the standard if you get your blood level tested. So 30 down here to 100 up here. And most Alaskans are in the danger zone, so their immunity is shot. And all it takes is 8 cents a day. And a lot of people need 10,000. Obese people need 2 to 3 times the amount. 5,000 should be the RDA. RDA was set up, oh boy.
Thank you for your participation.
Alaska should be here.
And if you would go ahead and take your, thanks.
This COVID shield still isn't high enough. No hate.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Gotcha. Good evening. My name is Ruth Mariner. I am from District 6, South Anchorage. Not a member of the community council there. I'm just here this evening. I don't have a prepared statement because I learned earlier today during work that Mayor Bronson has put forward his selections for the Elections Commission. Specifically Meade Treadwell, Lauren Lehman, and B. Hansen. And I appreciate that recommendation. I think they're excellent people. I have personally known all 3 of them, not just from their reputations in the community as 2 previous lieutenant governors in this state of Alaska, but also as his acquaintances and friends. And I would like to attest to the quality of their integrity, the impartiality of their judgment, and the integrity personally they hold themselves accountable to do an excellent job for this city. The state of our election is a little disarrayed. I got my ranked choice voting card in the mail. I'm fairly intelligent, and it's going to be confusing for people. So I'd really like to see the elections process streamlined and made less complicated. I also want to go on the record to say that, in particular, Mrs. Hansen has not served on any official capacity. She's only ever served as a volunteer in this city. She loves this city, and that's her heart. Lauren Lehman has been a longtime friend. He's qualified to serve on this commission as former Lieutenant Governor of the state of Alaska, who also manages the state of Alaska elections. Likewise, Meade Treadwell. These men and this woman are highly qualified. I will be deeply disappointed in this assembly if you do not give the mayor an opportunity to get this commission appointment seats filled. This is stalling, it's silly, it feels partisan, and it shouldn't be. The mayor has a job to do, and the longer you draw this process out, the more you prevent him from doing the job he was duly elected to do. I don't have anything else to say. I wish I did, but that's it. Give this man the commission so we can move forward with election integrity here in the city of Anchorage. The citizens are really frustrated, and they need to know that you guys are listening and that you're appointing quality people. I don't know how you could reject 2 former lieutenant governors and a really high-quality volunteer. So those are my words this evening, and I'll be back next time. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. I want to talk about honesty and this administration's lack of it. Here are a few well-documented lies. On October 7th, the mayor claimed that he didn't remove security from chambers. Later, he admitted that he did, but supposedly it was because their protection wasn't necessary. The mayor has yet to tell us the truth, that he wanted to intimidate the assembly while encouraging an unsafe and uncivil atmosphere in a meeting that wasn't going his way. The administration is on record saying they didn't try to cut the assembly's public video feed, but now we have the emails to prove that actually they did. 3, Mayor Bronson said that he had nothing to do with the COVID Alliance conference at Change Point Church. However, he was introduced at the conference as the person responsible for it, and he agreed. The Alliance removed that part of its video, recording it in an attempted cover-up, but someone forgot to let Suzanne Downing know, and Must Read Alaska forever preserved his admission. Bronson cut school resource officer funding from the budget, but after a near life-threatening event at West High, Bronson took to Facebook to tell people he didn't cut the program. Dude, the first lesson in creating a budget, what you fund reflects your values. If you cut SRO funding, you cut the program. It's that simple. Bronson repeatedly turns to social media to accuse the assembly of conducting illegal activity. His allegations are lies, as evidenced by reading Muni Code, but Bronson relies on people not taking the time to do that. 6, more recently, the mayor denied turning off the fluoride in the municipal water supply, but later he was exposed. He unilaterally turned off the fluoride. 7, last night, members of the mayor's inner circle forgot to turn off their Zoom audio during a public meeting. Community council members listened to Bronson's administration planning and laughing about the lies they planned to tell in a press release today. It was shocking, disappointing, and yet another example that we cannot trust our mayor. While not all of these lies come straight from the mayor's lips, the lies come from those closest to him, his trusted confidants. By that virtue alone, as mayor, he sanctions their behavior and their lies. Mayor Bronson bears the ultimate responsibility for their actions and the dishonesty that permeates his administration. Honesty and transparency should be nonpartisan issues. Our community must demand better from those in leadership positions. And with honesty and integrity as my personal foundation and compass, Mayor Bronson, you should resign in disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Yeah. Kevin Cross, Chugach Eagle River. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I'm speaking as regards to AO 2021-117.
And if you could pull the microphone a little closer.
All right. Thank you. For 3 years, I've served in the Anchorage Plating Board. I sit right there as chair of the Plating Board. I sit in your chair, LaFrance, and once a month, not twice a month, we direct the public. We deal with very, very contentious issues. The public gets very passionate when we're dealing with issues that they see a subdivision going up in their yard, or something's happening, or there's a heritage land bank land swap. Particularly if it's Girdwood or Hillside, there's a lot of people shows up and they're very passionate. So I looked through these, just wondering if some of these new corrections you're looking for would apply to the Plating Board in the way we conduct it. It doesn't look like they do. However, I'm here to tell you the problem is not in the system. The system works. I deal with this on the Plating Board. It's not a systems problem or that you don't have enough control. It's a trust problem. See, over these last couple of years, barrier after barrier has been put between the public and our representatives. Most of you rarely look at people when they're speaking. Now, I grew up watching like G.I. Joe cartoons. You guys remember G.I. Joe and you guys Star Wars? The bad guys always wore masks. We're programmed to think that if we can't see your face, right? Darth Vader was not the good guy till he pulled back his helmet, right? In Return of the Jedi. Guys, I realize that that a lot of people are fear the illness, but if you can't get a COVID test and prepare for this so that you can look upon us, so that we can know how you're responding to us, then naturally there's going to be a trust issue. You are getting further and further away from us, and more rules don't bring you closer to us. You know, the other thing is this is an amazing turnout. We rarely, normally it's 50 people. If we can't see your face, nobody here is being compensated for the time to show up. Many people take off from work. I know you don't make a lot of money. In fact, it doesn't even hardly pay for itself. But, you know, I grew up in construction. You don't show up on the job, you don't get paid, right? So if you're not showing up, if we can't see your face, and now my fear is, although there's a lot in that makes sense, that this appears as though this is just another divide between us and you. And it's not us and you, it should be we. I would encourage you to look for ways to break down these barriers, find and reach across, let us see your faces, know that your hard work is appreciated by many, even if it's not agreed, and that we look to do things that bring us together rather than further drive us apart. And that's what I see in this. It's bad timing. I wish you all the best. I know you work hard. And I'm Kevin Cross. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Eric Lambertson. I'm from South Anchorage, LaFranc, and Weddleton. And I wanted to thank you, Mayor Bronson, for bringing up the making the clerk a position that is elected. That is a very important thing. The more that we have a say in who is representing us in the elections and in many different aspects of the municipality, I think that's a very important thing, and I applaud you for bringing that forward. That's a very important part of the platform. I do want to speak to this woman over here. She was making a great representation of the Blue Alaska. I think that maybe she should be a poster child for that. Oh, you took the mask off. Good for you.
Sir,
I would also like to
ask
all of you to remove your masks. It's a terrible thing to be seeing not your smile or your frown or your expression. It's a distance that you don't have to hide behind anymore. They don't do anything. You've been told by doctors, surgeons, medical professionals that those pieces of diaper on your face aren't able to be washed properly in order to keep you from having infections. In fact, I have a niece back east that was forced to wear that to her childcare, and she developed rashes on her face. So I would encourage you, just for your own safety, and for bringing a little bit of clarity to see just exactly whether you are engaging with the public or not, to remove those dirty diapers and become part of the public again. You're not doing anything other than just grandstanding for a cause that nobody believes in anymore. It's ridiculous. So I would encourage you to support Mayor Bronson. I would encourage you, oh, well, wait a minute. That would be too much off the line of your partisanship. I would recommend that you put away your partisanship and work for the good of our community, Anchorage, and try and come up with a workable solution that allows Mayor Bronson to do the job that we hired him to do. And I would also recommend, at some point, really entertain the option of resigning. It's an option. Please do.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council or area of the community in which you live.
Yes, my name is Roy Whittier, and I live in Spenard right now. But I've lived all over in Alaska. And, you know, I was hoping, really hoping, finally we got a mayor that is a balance to what we see here. And it really is. You guys are dividing the people. And this is happening in our country, throughout the whole country. And it's this plandemic, because it was. I mean, I know a lot of posturing goes on for keeping the fear out there and keeping people down and, you know, limiting our participation. But listen, I've been working with government, participating in government since I was 5 years old. Luther King, whoops. When I was 5 years old, I've been in marches all over. I lived in Kodiak for 10 years, and most people I lived with were Benny boys. Good people. I don't judge people on what they look like or any of that. It's your character. And that goes back to what Martin Luther King talked about. What kind of people you really are, you know. Set that example. I believe in Thomas Jefferson's whole way of looking at things. Government is supposed to be limited, and the people have the most power through jury rights, through elections. But we're losing the elections. I mean, right now, what do we have? You're talking about more restrictions in here, and now observers. You want more restrictions on observers in the elections. Which way are we going with this? Because the public is seeing one thing. And I know you get a lot of people calling in, or, I mean, I've talked to legislators, you know, oh, the public, well, we want to limit the permanent fund. You know, you guys, right now, this state has so much money between infrastructure from the feds, the COVID money, $85 billion in permanent fund. And we hear about, oh, we have to look to the future. You're not encouraging enterprise, free enterprise. I mean, it seems like we have negative all the way, and that's what those masks represent. And when you can't look us in the eyes and your face gestures that, you're hiding from us.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Irene Queetnow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I have a question for Ms. Silver. That meeting that you referenced, were you actually here?
Ma'am, please address the assembly.
I will address the assembly. I have stated this before on the record. That particular meeting where the security was dismissed, a minimum of 8 police officers were present during the whole meeting. I was here. There was no safety concern. If you're not safe with a police officer, then I don't know then you can't have a meeting. So, I was here during the meeting and they were present.
Okay, folks, let's please stop with the back and forth. Please direct your comments to the assembly.
I am. They are
And we'll
interrupting.
ask folks to refrain from engaging.
You talked about the administration supposedly turning off the streaming. I can't even tell you how many times the streaming has been cut when people were arrested, when the people here in the chambers were singing. Now that might be unusual. The Pledge of Allegiance has been cut out. There are many instances where things have not been streamed. This is a public meeting, which means unless there is a break, everything, even the stuff you don't like, should be streamed. So don't talk to me about the administration supposedly cutting the stream. And lastly, in academia, we are taught that personal ad hominem attacks are the last line of defense when you don't have a winning argument anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman. I live in South Anchorage, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance. Can we get back to some arguments that actually matter, like maybe making sure our grocery stores actually have enough food for all the residents here in town? Last time I went into Fred Meyer's over by where I live, it was pretty damn empty. Just something to think about.
Thank you for your participation. Mr. Constant? Mr. Sherman?
Mr. Sherman, thank you. I just want to speak to that briefly. It's unusual, of course, for us to speak up, but that is an issue of concern for the whole city. The issue of the question of what's going on at the shelves at the grocery store. And interestingly, I found myself in close coordination with a member of the administration spending many hours up earlier this week trying to figure out what the heck's going on with the shelves and what the plan is. And I did speak at length with one of the leaders of the two main shipping groups up here, and their message to me, to the public, was much like Seattle was at the airport a couple weeks ago. This is mainly an issue of shipping lanes closing over the mountains in Seattle area, Washington, and that we should see the shelves stocked again very soon completely. Hopefully that's true, but that's the answer that I received from the shippers, and I hope people have a little patience and know that help is on the way. Absolutely.
Can I actually ask you a question since you have elaborated on this? So from what I've been told by Fred Meyer's and a couple of the other stores, they actually have their own warehouses here in town, right?
Madam Chair, point of order.
One moment, please. Ms. Allard, what is your procedural question?
All I want to do is point out the fact that this is exactly what the Assembly and the Chair are trying to prevent, but it's apparent to me it depends on who speaks and who shout out in the crowd, whether you warned the individuals. This is clearly debate. We had members of the community shout out, and you didn't give them a warning, so everybody needs to be treated equally, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam
I
Chair.
will say that we will stop this interaction. I agree that's not the time. I was working on how we were going to handle the late on the table items that are late to arrive, and so I did not stop this engagement. So, Mr. Sherman, if you and Mr. Constant could take the discussion offline at a later time.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. And I will note that all members of the audience are asked to please refrain from shouting, and as I said 2 speakers ago, to please not engage. I did mention that, Ms. Allard. We don't have that back and forth. So thank you all for your compliance with our rules. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Joel Michael McKinney. I'm a 4th-generation Alaskan. I currently live in Spenard, but I've lived here my entire life in just about each and every one of your districts. Thank you for having me today. I remember a lot of things of this city, like when I received this scar from a savage attack in my home. And I remember coming and entering these chambers, and before I even sat down or we said the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Constant pointed directly at me and addressed Ms. LaFrance behind her mask and whispered something I dare not speculate. But I was arrested. I was arrested at that meeting for saying that you have no power if you fail to convene your order. And I stand by that then, and I stand by that now. If you do not bring your members to order, then Ms. LaFrance, you are responsible for their negligence. That is all I have to say on that issue. Mr. Bronson, I saw your speech at the Alaska Military Youth Academy graduation. It touched my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation. Seeing no other members of the audience in line for audience participation, we'll go ahead and go back to addressing the addendum and laid on the table items. Members should have received the red folder with laid on the table items, and I believe they were emailed to the members who are on the phone as well. So just one moment while I confer with the clerk to ensure that we have the complete list. Thank you all for your patience. There are 6 laid on the table items. One of those items will require a vote of 8 members in order to be laid on the table. The others are supplemental or for introduction. I do want to mention, as I mentioned in my report earlier, that the intent is to set the public hearing for any items that are intended for the April 5 regular election, to set the public hearing for those items at the special meeting next Wednesday, the 19th. But first, we are going to address the laid on the table and addendum items and come back to that, so the direction to the clerk is clear for those public hearing dates.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, what is your question?
I don't believe that the S version and my AM is in this folder right now. I apologize. I've gone through it twice, but if I missed it.
Mr. Gates, would you be able to address Ms. Allard's question?
How about now? Thank you, Madam Chair. And for Ms. Allard, the S version you're speaking of for AO 2021-117, your S version in AM. And I just received that in like the last 10, 15 minutes, so it's not with this stack that's being handed out now, but that item's later tonight, and we will get to it. We will have your S version before we arrive to that item on the agenda.
May I ask a question?
Ms. Allard, go ahead.
Thank you. Dean, I had the Department of Law look at this, put it together for me, so I don't, if you can please address the reasoning that you would need to review it versus that I've already had 3 attorneys look at it and it's ready to go. If there's a legality part that you need to finalize, I understand. I just kind of wanted to explain, please.
Well, there's kind of different types of review, form, substance. I'm sure the Department of Law did substance, and I'm not looking into that. I'm putting reviewed by Assembly Council, and there are some things I've already fixed. I mean, this is a little detail we don't need to put out here in the open, but for example, it didn't say it's from you, Ms. Allard, so I've changed the name at the top, and it didn't have the S next to the AO number, so I've added that. I'm doing a forum type review for substance in terms of what law did. I'm actually not getting into the substance of what you changed in the code sections in this AO, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Gates. So I will go ahead and read the 6 items into the record, and then if there is a motion to lay the first one on the table, we can come back to that. So the first item to be laid on the table is Resolution AR 2022-unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 17, 2022 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy of Dr. King. Assembly members Dunbar, Zalatil, Assembly Chair LaFrance, Assembly Vice Chair Constant, Assembly members Allard, Kennedy, Perez Verdilla, Peterson, Quinn Davidson, Rivera, Weddleton, and Mayor Bronson. Supplemental item 10A1.A, resolution number AR 2022-14S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing January 9, 2022 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in Anchorage. Assembly Vice Chair Constant. This next item is 10G9.C, ordinance number AO 2022-8, S, 2022-8S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $28,350,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvements in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 5, 2022, Finance Department, and public hearing to be set for the special meeting of 1/19/2022. Item 10G10B, ordinance number AO 2022-9S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,300,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities, capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area without cost to Chugiak, Eel River, Girdwood, and other taxpayers outside the service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 5, 2022. Finance Department, public hearing to be set for the special meeting of January 19, 2022. This next item is for introduction, unnumbered AO 2022 yet to be numbered, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and in the office of the mayor. Assembly Member Weddleton, public hearing to be set for the special meeting of January 19, 2022. Next is a supplemental memorandum, unnumbered AM XX-2022, supplemental memorandum relating to item 14A, AO number 2021-118. And that is it for the laid on the table items. The 5 supplemental or for introduction items don't require a vote. However, the first resolution that I read into the record concerning Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service requires a vote of 8 members and first a motion to lay it on the table.
I move to lay it on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, would you address the reason for laying this item on the table?
Although I'm not a drafter and I wasn't involved with the process, Martin Luther King Jr., the holiday, a day of service, is coming up between now and the next meeting, and having this resolution prepared and ready for that celebration when members of the community go out and serve their neighbors is a good and timely matter.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, did you want in the queue for this item?
Sure, just briefly, is now or is there someone before me?
I'm sorry, if you want to go ahead, that's fine, to speak to the motion to lay this item on the table.
Yes, Madam Chair, as one of the drafters, it just took us a little bit to get the firm details of the events that are publicized in the resolution. As Mr. Constant said, that is this coming Monday, and if it were not to meet this agenda, it would be past the date of the events that are publicized that recognize the day of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay unnumbered resolution pertaining to designated January 17, 2022 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service on the table to be included on the agenda tonight. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This will be item 10A2 on the agenda. I also want to note that the item that was laid on the table for introduction, the ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and the office of the mayor. This will be item 10G22. So as I spoke to earlier regarding the special meeting that has been scheduled for next Wednesday, January 19, again, this is in order to provide more time in the process, and it is my intent, or I will direct the clerk's office to schedule the public hearing for any of these items that are being introduced or are intended for the ballot on the April 5th regular election to be scheduled for public hearing at next week's special meeting. So, Madam Clerk, I know that was kind of wordy. Do you have what you need?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And I'm just going to pause here just to make sure that members are clear, that all, and the administration as well, that all those items that are proposed to be on the ballot this April are now scheduled for public hearing at next week's special meeting on Wednesday, January 19. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in clarifying that point, does that mean public testimony will only be taken at that meeting, or will also be taken on the 11th? Will we be making a decision on whether to put these on the ballot at the special meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. That will be up to the body, and by adding this additional meeting, we'll give more time in case we don't get through all those items. But members of the public need to be aware that the public hearing for these items will be next Wednesday and not the following. It could be, some could end up on the 25th. There's never a guarantee. But definitely, we're dealing with a time constraint. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. With that, Mr. Vice Chair, if I could get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded
Second.
by Mr. Dunbar. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the items have been incorporated into the addendum as printed and distributed, and the laid on the table items are also incorporated into the agenda for tonight. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they have any items to pull, and we will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10G14 and 10G18.
10G14 and 10G18. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 10A2 for reading. I believe that's what we labeled the laid on the table item, MLK. Also 10 Bravo 5 and 10 Delta 13.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So 3 items, 10 Alpha 2, 10 Bravo 5, and 10 Delta 13. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, any items to pull?
Thank you. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would pull 10 Alpha 1, 10 Charlie 14, and that's the rest of my items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. 10 Alpha 1, 10 Charlie 14. Ms. Kennedy, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two of my items have already been pulled. I do have one additional item, 10D Delta 1. Thank you.
10 Delta 1. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard, any items to pull?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
I think 10G20 and okay, I guess that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Item 10G20.
Actually, Madam Chair, I do have an item, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I'm going to go ahead and pull, I want to amend it, so 10G19.
10G19. Thank you. I'll go back and read the list. Under 10A, 10 Alpha, we have 10A1 by Mr. Constant, 10A2 by Mr. Dunbar. Under 10B, Bravo, we have 10B5 by Mr. Dunbar. Under 10C, Charlie, we have 10C14 by Mr. Constant. Under 10D Delta, we have 10D1, Mr. Rivera.
Madam Chair, apologies for interrupting. So on Mr. Constant's item, did you mean 10D14? I don't believe there is a Charlie 14.
We'll check that real quick here.
Thank you. I think, Madam Clerk, or Madam Chair, if I might.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Constant.
think Mr. Rivera is correct, and I had conferred with the clerk because I left a certain note page at home about the must-pass items, and so I probably made a mistake there. Thank you.
Mr. Constant, was there another item?
Not that I have.
So you do not wish to pull, actually 10C14 doesn't exist?
Doesn't exist. It happens. I don't want to create more work.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard?
Sorry about that. There is another one I wanted to pull. I apologize. It's 10D14 unless somebody already pulled it.
It has not been pulled. I will add that to the list. So let me go ahead and reread the list here. I'll start from the beginning. 10 Alpha, 10A1, Mr. Constant, 10A2, Mr. Dunbar, under 10 Bravo, 10B5, Mr. Dunbar, 10B14, Ms. Allard, under 10D Delta, 10D1, Mr. Rivera, 10D13, Mr. Dunbar, and then under the 10Gs, 10G14, Mr. Perez-Verdilla, 10G18, Mr. Perez-Verdilla, 10G19, Ms. Allard, and 10G20, Mr. Weddleton. Are there any further items members would like to pull?
I apologize. I'm having a hard time hearing tonight. Did you say 10D14?
10B as in Bravo?
No, I'm sorry, as in Delta. I apologize.
Okay, there is no Bravo 14. Okay, so we're going to make a change here and take the non-existent 10B Bravo 14 and change that to 10D Delta 14 to be pulled by Ms. Allard. Is that correct? Do I dare repeat it?
I don't think so. You're good. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. Crossing fingers that everything that's been pulled exists. 10 Alpha, 10A1, Mr. Constant, 10A2, Mr. Dunbar, 10 Bravo, 10B5, Mr. Dunbar, 10 Charlie, oh, nothing there, 10D Delta, 10D1, Mr. Rivera, 10D13, Mr. Dunbar, 10D14, Ms. Allard. And then in the 10Gs for introduction, 10G14, Mr. Perez-Verdilla, 10G18, Mr. Perez-Verdilla, 10G19, Ms. Allard, and 10G20, Mr. Weddleton. We've never had to vote on what we're pulling before, but I don't know, maybe we're going to need to add that. Just kidding. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so go back. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled item.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items has passed. We will now move on to taking up the items that have been pulled. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now move on to item 10A1. This item is on the addendum. Resolution number AR 2022-14, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing January 9, 2022 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
The S version has been moved for approval by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Mr. Constant is presenting, and I am reading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing January 9, 2022 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in Anchorage. Whereas public safety and the preservation of law and order is the first and highest priority of the municipality of Anchorage, and whereas the dedicated, respected, and professional members of law enforcement throughout our city deserve to be recognized for their selfless service to the public, and whereas the work done by law enforcement across Anchorage must be handled with courage, tact, integrity, honesty, and empathy towards those facing danger. And whereas the bravery and commitment to the public that is required of law enforcement day in and day out is both mentally and physically taxing. And whereas the sacrifices made by both members of law enforcement and their families is immense. And whereas it is right and honorable to dedicate a day for the members of law enforcement in Anchorage to be celebrated and lifted up as the heroes they are, and to thank them for their work in keeping our city safe. And whereas we recognize and support the brave members of our Anchorage Police Department and the Alaska State Troopers, Airport Police, Park Rangers, correctional officers, and federal law enforcement officers who live in and serve the people of Anchorage. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes January 9th, 2022 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and further resolves to support a state law change that returns EMS and public safety officers to a defined benefit retirement program, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of January, 2022.
Welcome, Chief McCoy and members of APD. Could you hit the button for the microphone there? Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department, I want to say thank you, and it's an honor and privilege for us to serve. Having the support of the community is something that we don't take for granted. Support is all about trust, and trust is something that we work hard to earn and work hard to keep every day. And I know that the 600 men and women at the Anchorage Police Department are committed to this community. I am so proud of them, and I'm also proud of the community, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thanks to all the members of APD. We do have two members here in the queue. First, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief McCoy. I just want to actually relay what I believe is also the thanks of my community. It mentions the city of Anchorage, but I just wanted you to know that I believe that the people of Eagle River and Chugiak and other places north have the same feeling. So our thanks as well to you and certainly to the officers of APD. So thank you all.
Thank you. We're definitely proud to serve Eagle River.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
And Chief, I have a feeling we'll have you back again, hopefully before or just after your retirement, but I'm honored to be able to support this today in your honor and in the honor of the entire department. And I'll just speak to that amended portion, which is we're going to fight to ensure that the men and women of Anchorage Police Department and the EMS services of the city get a fair deal, so they stay here, make family here, like you, live and retire here. So thank you for your service, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thank you. I appreciate all of you out there too. And in this resolution, I was not fast on my feet because I'd also add Whittier Police Department, which takes care of Girdwood. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And thank you again, Chief McCoy, for being here, and to all the members of APD. We are grateful for your sacrifice. We are grateful for your service.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have item 10A2. This item was laid on the table earlier. It is an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 17, 2022 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy of Dr. King. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Madam Chair, Ms. Zolotel is reading and I am presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 17, 2022 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy of Dr. King. Whereas, in 1983, a federal holiday was created marking the birthday of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and in 1994, the third Monday in January was designated as a National Day of Service, a day on, not a day off. And whereas, Dr. King stated that life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And each year, Americans across the country answer that question by coming together on the MLK Day of Service to serve their neighbors and communities. And whereas participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown nationally and locally with volunteers taking part in service projects such as tutoring and mentoring, preparing and delivering meals, building and repairing homes, schools, and senior centers, as well as teaching and reflecting on the life and legacy of Dr. King. And whereas the Alaska Black Caucus and the Alaska Children's Trust will be holding an online event on January 16 at 7 p.m. to recognize a National Day of Racial Healing and the legacy of Dr. King, which is held the Tuesday following MLK Day each year to reflect on #HowWeHeal. Details can be found at thealaskablackcaucus.com. And whereas Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church is striving for the beloved community, honoring the life of Dr. King by collecting paper towels, toilet paper, and coffee for Beans Cafe, Brother Francis Shelter, and the Anchorage Rescue Mission, shelters for men, women, and children who are homeless. Items can be dropped off on Monday, January 17, 10 to 2 p.m. at Shiloh Church Gymnasium, 855 East 20th Avenue. Whereas the Alaska Bar Association, partnering with the Alaska Legal Services Corporation and volunteer attorneys, will hold the 13th annual MLK Day Legal Clinic to provide free legal consultation to residents of Anchorage on civil issues related to family, housing, public benefits, and others on January 17, 12 to 4 p.m. via virtual clinic and an ongoing year-round clinic via alaska.freeanswers.org. And whereas the Anchorage chapter of Jack and Jill of America, Inc., a membership organization of mothers with children ages 2 to 19, dedicated to nurturing future African American leaders by strengthening children through leadership development, volunteer service, philanthropic giving, and civic duty, will hold a second annual canned food drive, the Super Bowl of Caring, and accept donations to support the Food Bank of Alaska on January 17, 2 to 6 p.m. at 4600 DeBar Road. Updates for the event can be found via their Facebook page. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that January 17, 2022 is designated as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of January, 2022.
A little short here. Well, I just wanted to say thank you, and that I'm proud to be able to accept this resolution on behalf of the Alaska Black Caucus, our executive board, our members and supporters. The Alaska Black Caucus has been heavily involved in the pursuit, of a beloved community, of attaining that, along with the just being a general voice for the African American community. We've been in contract with the members of the Assembly, and thank you guys, where we'll have monthly dialogues where people can come in, join us through Zoom, and find out more about what the Assembly members are all about, your plans, get to know each and every one of you. And so we're working together with you on that, and we appreciate all of you, and thank you for this. This means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight and for the work you do. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Brenda Tyler. I'm the secretary for the Alaska Black Caucus.
Thank you. And I understand too, Mr. Turner, that we have Ms. Taria Ware on the line as well. Ms. Ware?
Hello, thank you. Yes, I am Taria Ware, the chapter president for the Anchorage chapter of the Jack and Jill of America Chapter Incorporated. Thank you for this resolution. We really enjoy serving our community. If you've seen our children, they definitely enjoy serving all of the time when we ask them to. Jack and Jill of America Incorporated is an organization of mothers dedicated to raising the next generation of African American leaders while enhancing the lives of all children. We work to accomplish our mission through diverse programs focused on leadership development, cultural exposure, community service, legislative advocacy, and philanthropic giving. It is because of our families and our commitment to civic involvement that we believe that we can make a difference in the lives of children and families. Last year, the Anchorage chapter youth collected over 4,000 pounds of food in 6 hours for our local food bank of Alaska during the Super Bowl Day of Caring, which will be Monday, as it was read by Assemblywoman Meg Valentel. I leave you with this quote from MLK Jr. Regarding the service. As the Anchorage chapter youth continue to show up and do community service, everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love. Thank you guys for this resolution. We definitely will be out there serving on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. And I understand that we have Ms. Krista Scully for the Bar Association and Jack and Jill on the line as well. Ms.
Yes,
Scully?
good evening. Thank you. My name is Krista Scully. I'm the Pro Bono Director at the Alaska Bar Association. And on behalf of my organization and our project partners, Alaska Legal Services Corporation and the Alaska Court System, we deeply appreciate the resolution for the 13th annual MLK Day Free Legal Clinic for January 17th from 12 to 4 p.m. an all virtual Zoom clinic. This is a highly sought after volunteer opportunity among the legal community in observance of the holiday's day on, not day off call to action in honor of Dr. King. The 2022 volunteers will provide an anticipated 100 plus combined volunteer hours serving clients not only in the Anchorage Bowl, but from the Southeast Panhandle to the Bering Sea. Appointments are required and still available in all but family law issues, but we have started a wait list so that we can accommodate as many people as possible. Information is available at www.alaskabar.org with a link on our homepage. Again, thank you very much. We're deeply appreciative of this recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Scully. Next is Ms. Zelatel in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our speakers really illustrated the service opportunities and ways that the community can partner with these organizations to acknowledge and honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. I just want to put in a quick plug for that legal clinic with the Bar Association. I've been volunteering with that for over a decade, and it is a highlight of my year to be able to provide legal services to the community, first in person and now watching them pivot to a really great virtual opportunity. I do hope over time the municipality can think about how this day of service is accessible to all residents, particularly those who rely on bus service or need access to a lot of our public spaces in order to take advantage of virtual opportunities. So I think we can continue to evolve and improve on these days of service, but I'm really thrilled with what's going to be going on this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And thank you again for being here and for others on the phone for participating as well.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have item 10B5. This item was on the addendum. It is resolution number AR 2022-15, a resolution adopting the 2022 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 25th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar to postpone this item to the meeting of January 25th and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just received this. We typically have at least one legislative committee meeting about the legislative program before the Assembly signs on. I believe, having spoken with you and Mr. Peterson, that we planned for January 21st. So this is just to give us time to hold that meeting and discuss these items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Although it's not necessarily, I would have made a slightly different motion, which would have been a motion to refer to the committee and then set for a hearing or set for consideration on the meeting of the 25th, but we get to the same place. And I want to say to the administration at the Downtown Community Council meeting, while there were some technical challenges to get the staff on the meeting, Ms. Erickson and Mr. Shanigan made their report. And the report on this item, I was really grateful to hear. It described the process that the mayor crafted, the program that he believes in, and then it would be sent to the Assembly for consideration and any potential changes. And from there, we would have a unified project moving forward to Juneau. And that kind of thinking is the kind of thinking that builds bridges. And I really appreciated hearing it in a public forum. And I look forward to taking the next step with this work.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone Resolution AR 2022-15 to the meeting of January 25th.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This item will be back before us at the meeting of January 25th. Next, we have item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 3-2022, 2022 Audit Plan, Office of Internal Audit. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess first I have a question to Mr. Gates. Is the amendment ready to distribute?
My apologies. I had an amendment for that. That one's kind of gotten a little lost in the shuffle today. It's not ready right now, but it could be later tonight.
Thanks. It's simple enough, so I will just do it by voice amendment. So a big thanks to Internal Audit for putting forward a great plan and for review by the Municipal Audit Committee. which voted unanimously to support this plan and send it to the body for adoption. After thinking more on the plan, I think it would be prudent for us to make one small tweak to it. And I guess I'll go ahead and just describe it now, since members don't have the amendment in front of them. So the amendment that I'm going to be proposing, and hopefully we'll get a second for, removes a very general audit on the plan for purchasing and adds a more specific compliance audit to the plan regarding emergency procurements. We've used emergency procurements a lot since the start of the pandemic. And it's important for us, just like we do for sole source procurements on a rolling basis, to ensure we are, as a municipality, complying with the rules surrounding these types of procurements. Interestingly enough, according to internal audit, we've never actually done an audit of emergency procurements before, so this will be sort of the first of its kind. And probably because it hasn't been used very frequently up until recently. So I created this amendment in consultation with internal audit and would hope for approval. With that, I will go ahead and let me just pull up the item so I can actually...
And is there a second at this point?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant.
So specifically, thank you, Mr. Constant. So specifically, the amendment under 2022 audits, under purchasing department, it would remove purchasing department operations, and then it would add under 2022 special studies and audit emergency procurements.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. There are two members in the queue. First, Ms. Zalatel, and then Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Mr. Rivera. I presume, but I want to be sure we're clear for purposes of this amendment, that you're referring to emergency procurements as done under the code and nothing related to emergency situations that we may seek FEMA reimbursement for?
Yes, that is correct. It's I don't have the code section before me, but it is specifically the code section in municipal code regarding emergency procurements.
Great. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and I just want to note, too, that Mr. Chadwick is on the bridge and is available for questions. Mr. Weddleton?
I think I have the same question, but I didn't quite understand the answer, so I want to ask it again. So it would be expenditures that are FEMA reimbursable? Or I guess I should say, is it those?
Thank you, if I may, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and just pull up that specific section in the municipal code and put it on the record.
Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Rivera in the section of code and go on to Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this Mr. Rivera had spoken. I'm assuming he did with Mr. Chadwick on this.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, as I stated earlier, I did create this in consultation with internal audit.
Thank you. Is it possible that I can get Mr. Chadwick just to discuss it a little bit? And I'm curious if the procurement director, Ms. Alger, needs to chime in as well.
I believe Mr. Chadwick is on the bridge. Mr. Chadwick?
Yes, through the chair. Mr. Rivera and I discussed this last week, and my understanding is that this would be an audit of emergency procurements to see how our emergency procurements are complying with Anchorage Municipal Code.
Do you have any further questions, Ms. Allard? Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in response to Mr. Weddleton's question, so specifically the compliance audit would center around Municipal Code Section 7.20.090, and that particular part of code deals with emergency procurements and the waiver of formal procurement procedures.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to strike from the 2022 audit list the purchasing department operations, and to add under 2022 special studies a specific compliance audit for emergency procurement.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Kennedy?
I believe I had myself in the queue, but maybe it didn't. I might have pushed the button and it didn't go through. But anyway, if I could, I did have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. My question is in regard to the time period by which this audit will be taking place. Is this for all 2020? Anyway, just a clarification on exactly what time period is being covered and audited. Thank you.
Thanks. So I would actually have to refer to Mr. Chadwick. In my discussions with him, I did not give him a specific time period. I just noted with him that since the beginning of the pandemic, so since 2020, we have used this particular provision of code multiple times. So I would want Mr. Chadwick to weigh in.
Mr. Chadwick?
Yes, through the chair. Normally when we conduct an audit, we do what's called preliminary survey. And in that preliminary survey, we gain a better understanding of what is being audited. And at that time, we set the scope for the audit. So it's hard to say right now what the scope would be, but if I had to guess, it would probably be from 2020 forward, since the emergency procurement, that part of the code is rarely used.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Ms. Kennedy, any further questions?
Well, thank you. That answers my question. I just wondered if it was just 2021 or we were going back to 2020. It sounds like we're going back to 2020. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Mr. Chadwick, I think that it wouldn't hurt to go back one more year, only because really with the earthquake is when that section of the code started being used, and we could have a full and comprehensive snapshot, and not for the purposes of finding any fault, but for the purposes of ensuring its proper use, and that we, if we need to, make it a better section of code.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That is something we'll consider as we go forward on this audit, and that is something that we'll look at as we learn more about the process and how that works.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend the audit plan to strike the Purchasing Department Operations Audit under 2022 audits and add under 2022 Special Studies specific compliance audit for emergency procurement.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion to approve AM 3-2022 as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 3-2022 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D13. Which was on the addendum. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 35-2022, Anchorage Election Commission appointments, Lauren Lehman, Me Treadwell, B. Hansen, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar, you had pulled this item.
Yep, I make a motion to bifurcate. And it would be to separate out Me Treadwell and Lauren Lehman into one item and Ms. Hansen into another item.
Second.
Second.
A motion to bifurcate has been made by Mr. Dunbar to separate the AM into two, one AM containing Lauren Lehman, Me Treadwell, and the other B. Hansen. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are different issues raised by different members that are trying to be appointed here, and I'll say also that some I'm at this point willing to support and some I'm not, and so I ask my colleagues to support the motion to bifurcate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I will go through the queue. If members want to speak on the motion to bifurcate, no. Do you want to stay in the queue? Okay, thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
I'm in the queue for a subsequent motion.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, I can't see. Who's next? Ms. Allard? On the motion to bifurcate?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support this motion. It seems like another attempt of the majority of the body to attack community members. I don't see any reason for this, and if Mr. Dunbar can speak on his reasoning without stating, well, we don't want to slander the person. Well, if you're going to tell the person that they're not going to be included with the approval of this, I want to know. I want to know reasons. I've received a couple of emails that were absolutely slanderous and not fact-finding at all. And I just want to know why Mr. Dunbar feels that they need to make sure that Ms. Hampton is not included.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Do you want to go through do you want me to answer that, Madam Chair? I'll say...
Would you like to address it, Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I would ask my colleague to support the motion to bifurcate, and we can have the substantive discussion on both the different members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue on the motion to bifurcate, members may proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate to separate AM 352022 into 2 AMs, one with Lauren Lehman and Meade Treadwell, and the other with B. Hansen.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Did I spell it wrong? We're okay? All right.
The motion to bifurcate passes 9-2. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd ask that we take up the AM featuring Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Lehman first. And do we need a separate motion to approve for this, Madam Chair? No, we don't, do we? There's already a motion to approve on the floor.
So there's a motion on the floor that was originally made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Dunbar to approve AM 35-2022, and just to confirm, Madam Clerk, on the record that that applies to the bifurcated AMs. Okay, so you have a motion on the floor to approve,
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Can I speak to it briefly, Madam Chair? Thank you. I believe I will be supporting these two citizens. I think they're both qualified. I do have a question for the administration and for either of them if they're present. So the code with the Election Commission is unusual, as we've discussed a couple of times. They have actual adjudicatory power, and because of that, they have really tough requirements to serve. And one of them is you cannot participate in politics, essentially. You cannot, actually, I don't know if Ms. Quinn-Davidson has the code site, if you want to help me out. But I was wondering if the administration could speak to it. Let me read the appropriate. During the term, a member shall not endorse or engage in any political or campaign activity on behalf of any candidate, proposition, or measure in a municipal election. And during their term, a member shall not hold other elected or appointed public or political party office. And I know that both Mr. Lehman and Mr. Treadwell are fairly prominent members of the Alaska Republican Party, and they frequently endorse and have fundraisers and that kind of thing. And so I'm curious if there's been a discussion with them about limiting those activities, and if they were available to speak to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, through the chair. On behalf of the administration, former Lieutenant Governor Meade Treadwell and former Lieutenant Governor Lauren Lehman meet all of the statutory requirements and code. They are not candidates for office. I am unaware of anything that they're engaged in. They do not hold political office. They will abide by the code. They understand the requirements in code, and they understand the objectivity needed in municipal elections. So we have every bit of confidence they will fulfill their terms with dignity and respect of the law.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I will go back through the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you in the queue for this motion?
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Ms. Demboski. I was going to ask that question if Mr. Dunbar didn't. My other question is about the Elections Commission and who is generally on it. Is it typical to have folks who formerly served or who have a clear, one way or another, Democrat, Republican, whatever, history? I don't know who's currently on the commission. I'm uncomfortable with that, honestly, in either direction, because I want people who are pretty apolitical to be on the commission, so I'm sort of struggling with this. I work with Lauren Lehman. He and I have had perfectly great relations. He's involved in the Turnitin Community Council, so I don't have an issue with the folks personally. I'm just wondering what that commission's makeup is, and perhaps Ms. Demboski wants to speak to that, or if there are other members who are more familiar with the commission, that would be helpful. Thanks.
On behalf of the administration, myself, Madam Chair, to address Mr. Dunbar's comments and then Ms. Quinn Davidson's comments. The two gentlemen were talking about, Mr. Lauren Lehman, whether they're political or not is not the point. The charter, if Mr. Dunbar could reread the requirement again, you have to vote on whether they meet the requirements or not whether they're apolitical or otherwise. Certainly, they can't be advocating politically while they hold the office, but until this point, they can do anything they want, and they did for many years.
So, Madam Chair, I believe he asked me to read again, so I'll read the code.
Go ahead.
And I need,
during their term,
Madam Chair, I need to also add,
appointed public or political party office.
Excuse me. One moment, folks. So, Mayor Bronson, you had asked Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, we're kind of going back here a few sessions, and the issue is we keep coming back, I guess, logically, to Ms. Pat Abney, and I'm trying to understand why we're holding these gentlemen possibly to a different standard that this assembly held Pat Abney when she was approved 11-0, and now we're taking into consideration whether someone is apolitical or not. Certainly, Ms. Abney was quite political.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. And so, Mr. Dunbar, Mayor Bronson had asked you to read the section of...
Thank you. I'll reread the code provision, and I don't have any issue with them serving, having a political role in the past, but I am curious if they fit the code requirements that they may not hold other elected or appointed public or political party office, and they may not endorse or engage in any political or campaign activity on behalf of any candidate, proposition, or measure in a municipal election. And I'll say for my part, it was satisfactorily answered by Ms. Demboski, that they don't currently serve in any political party role. Of course, my colleagues might want to have that confirmed, but I believe Ms. Demboski on that score. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, my question wasn't answered. So if someone wants to answer it, and I can repeat it, sure, Amy. The question was, what is the current makeup? Mr. Mayor, you mentioned Ms. Abney. Honestly, I don't know a lot about her history. Someone told me she ran for office, but I don't know who else is on the commission. I really don't. And so I'm just asking, can someone tell me who do we normally appoint to this commission? And I just want to make sure I understand that when I'm voting.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson. Staff, can you get up to the mic, and thank you. Sorry to point, I apologize. It is, I will say historically, the clerk might even be able to help you with this question. It's not unusual to have people who have been precinct chairs or people who have election experience. Clearly, we believe 2 lieutenant governors have election experience. Miss Abney I think she was a member of this body, but she was also a Democrat who was elected to the legislature, if memory serves. So I think that was the point that the mayor was making. We don't discriminate against either party if we have elected officials with subject matter expertise who want to serve. And I think that's just, an ode to her and her public service, as well as to these gentlemen. And Bryce Wilbanks is at the mic to tell you who's currently on the commission.
Yeah, through the chair. Hoskins serving in seat 1, Ms. Joyce Anderson serving in seat 2, Ms. Elaine Nelson serving in seat 3, Ms. Pat Abney serving in seat 4, and I believe Ms. Glennis Ireland serving in seat 5. So does that answer your question?
Can I ask a quick follow-up, and then I'll end? Thanks, Mr. Wilbanks. So are those folks were beyond Pat? It sounds like she was a former elected official. Are there others who have done that? I don't know any of those names, or what's their background? Do you know?
Yeah, so unfortunately, On Board was updated in the last administration, and we currently don't have any information as to the resumes of them, so I don't have a full answer for that at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks and Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I have a completely different idea of how we should approach this question. And, it's extraordinary and laudable that 2 former lieutenant governors wish to serve on our elections commission. And so what I've asked the chair to do is schedule a work session for the 21st so we can celebrate that and have a conversation with them and ask and answer these questions so that everybody can be confident in their vote. And so I would make a motion to postpone this item to the 25th with the intent to meet on the 21st and just chat with them, because this is extraordinary and I think it's a great opportunity.
Second.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone the entire item of AM 35-2022 to the meeting of January 25th in order to hold a work session. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard. And Mr. Constant, you have already spoken to this motion. Ms. Allard, you're in the queue. I know you were in the queue for a prior motion, but do you want to speak to this one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are absolutely in such a great situation. How many former lieutenant governors step up to serve their community? I mean, this is absolutely amazing. I also wanted to hit on the point that Ms. Abney was an elected official. Her last race she lost was in 2006. Mr. Lauren Lehman, our former lieutenant governor, last served in a political seat in 2002. And then you had Mr. Meade Treadwell, last served in 2014. Again, we have 2 prominent individuals in our community willing to step up and serve and to, I would say, accuse or maybe speak to the fact they might not be honest or have integrity. These 2 gentlemen is actually just outrageous.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And I'm sorry, I have a freedom of speech.
One moment, Ms. Allard. When a point of order has been made, I ask that everyone just stop for a moment so I may rule on the point of order. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I don't know who Ms. Allard is maligning, but I didn't mean to speak to anyone's honesty or integrity. I've only had good experiences with these 2 individuals, and honestly, after this discussion and seeing the history of the commission, I would be happy to vote for them tonight. So anyway,
Thank you,
I don't
Ms.
know where that's
Quinn-Davidson.
coming from, but it's not accurate.
It is my opinion as well as chair that there has not been any attacks on character in the discussion. So if you would refrain from those sorts of suggestions, Ms. Allard.
So, Madam Chair, please don't speak to my motive or who I am addressing then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Not speaking to motive.
So
Again, Ms. Allard, one moment, please. I'm ruling on the point of order and clarifying that I am not speaking to motive. I am speaking to the fact that I have not heard anyone here malign anyone's character or integrity and have heard only, as Ms. Quinn-Davidson said, positive things said. So go ahead, Ms.
Thank you for
Allard.
your opinion. So as I was saying before I was interrupted by a point of order, that I believe these gentlemen should be able to serve our community. And in fact, I believe that every member of our community should be able to come forward to serve without the assembly deciding whether they're worthy or not based on the facts of their qualifications, based on the fact that they do want to serve their community. And that's really it. We just really need to step forward and make sure that we don't keep pushing back and attacking individuals who want to serve, but unfortunately don't want to come publicly forward because of what they're going to what's going to happen to them publicly by this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I will continue through the queue for anyone who wants to speak on the motion to postpone. Mr. Dunbar?
No, Madam Chair, sorry, please remove me from the queue.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just if I could get clarification from the mover, this would be to set this bifurcated portion of the item with regard to these two individuals to work session.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. The motion is actually to conduct a work session on the entire item, both, or the item as bifurcated for all three appointments. And just to confirm with Mr. Constant, that is your intention, correct?
It definitely was what I said.
Okay. Any other
May I
questions?
speak to that? Then to the motion. I support I supported the bifurcation because I think that the two individuals that were under the that we're considering under the last motion, I guess is what I would say, or the portion of the bifurcation we had taken up. I'd be happy to hear more about why they want to serve on the Election Commission for a lot of the reasons stated. Again, though, I'm pretty ready to vote tonight on the full item, but if members feel like they need that time, I'm willing to support giving that time. As to the other half of the bifurcation on this item, I would just like to dispatch with that. Tonight it was bifurcated for a reason. So I'm a little bit torn, excuse me, I'm a little bit torn on this motion when it seems like it's just going to potentially prolong some of our action. So if any other members have thoughts on this and want to share them, it might help me resolve where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to not support the motion to postpone simply because I think even by the fact that we're having a question like this, for some reason, obviously, there is some questions that people have about the ability for these two individuals to serve on this commission. And I think if we, by actually postponing, we're kind of casting kind of more of a dark shadow over them, and I don't think we want to do that. And it certainly might be that people want more information, but I think they could have done that prior to this meeting if there were some real serious reservations. And to a certain extent, just listening to the comments of several of the members, there's not really any reservation. And so I think we should vote down this motion to postpone, vote on the ordinance as it's been bifurcated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Bronson on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak in favor of what Assemblywoman Austin Quinn Davidson and Meg Zaltel and Crystal just said. I speak against the motion to delay because I have to ask, to what end? These are two former lieutenant governors who are at this point in time quite apolitical, not that that's a requirement at this point in time in this selection process, but they're more than qualified. They ran elections for the entire state. So I got to ask, to what end would we delay? Because quite frankly, if I was them, with their stature in this community, I'd be quite offended by the notion that they need to come in or be considered in a work session. This could have been done before. We've had several days where we put these names forward. Why wasn't this done earlier? So I speak against the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Rivera, on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to note for the record that we got this item on Friday. But I will be opposing this motion to postpone. I don't think we need to postpone for us to have a work session. I am ready to vote for all three of these as it is bifurcated. And I'm ready to support both Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Lehman. And we can have a work session if we so desire as a body after we approve today, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the motion to postpone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few comments. I don't support the motion to postpone. I'd like us to make a decision tonight. I, as many people on this body, know both of these people and have nothing but incredible respect for them as people and as professionals. And I want to just make a note that I think both of them would consider, this process, that we consider people that are brought forward to us as our job. And it does not mean that we are casting dispersions. It does not mean that we don't trust them or don't think incredibly highly of them. That's the process. We're simply going through the process as we would normally do. So I just wanted to put on the record that no dispersions that I've heard were casted tonight, and there is nothing but a high amount of respect for the people that are being brought before us. And I think that we should move forward and vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant?
3 times since the new year began, I have heard in emails from executives of this administration that I'm sorry, we've answered your questions, we don't have time, we're too busy. And so the conclusion that after this meeting there will be any opportunity where these individuals will make themselves available is a hope and a prayer and not a likely reality. And that's okay. That's just the new deal, where if we want to have meetings with individuals, we have to utilize the legislative levers that we are granted. But the body, if it does not wish to exercise those levers, that's fine. I will say that there have only been 2 or possibly 3 people tonight who have cast aspersions, and they've done it in a way by saying, you shouldn't cast aspersions. And so I would just offer that I have the greatest respect for Mr. Treadwell and for Mr. Lehman. That was not the point, as much as other members of this body would like to make it so. And so, to other members of the Assembly, I would offer you have limited tools by which to bring oversight to this process. I recommend using them, and I recognize as well that that is not the case in this vote, which is fine. I don't mind losing from time to time. But I would offer that we have a duty to do our due diligence and ask important questions, and it's a highly unusual and actually quite amazing phenomenon that 2 former lieutenant governors are willing to serve. And so while it's possible we can ask them to come forward as we vote, we give away the opportunity to ensure that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mayor Bronson for a final comment on the motion to postpone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of information, you could certainly attend an election commission meeting and talk to both gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
And I'll close out, Madam Chair. as I'm
Mr.
in the
Constant with a
queue.
final comment.
That proves my point. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 35-2022 to the meeting of January 25th.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
The motion to postpone fails 1 to 10. We are now back to the motion to approve the bifurcated AM 35-2022 with Lauren Lehman and Meade Treadwell for the Anchorage Election Commission as appointments. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 35-2022 as bifurcated, Anchorage Election Commission appointments, Lauren Lehman, Meade Treadwell.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-1. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd move to confirm Bernice Hansen.
Second.
And actually, Mr. Whittleton, we have a motion on the floor, and it was made early on by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Dunbar that applies to both parts of AM 35-2022.
Okay, so it's bifurcated, so we don't have to, so now that motion just has Ms. Hansen? Because we
That is
approved the other-
correct.
Okay.
As
that's fine.
bifurcated to contain Anchorage Election Commission appointments.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Hansen. Ms. Allard, do you have a point of order?
Yeah. Because I wasn't paying attention properly, I voted no when I wanted to vote yes. I apologize. I want to address it right away. Can I move to reconsider, please? Oh, actually, I've lost.
Move to reconsider the previous vote.
Second.
A motion to reconsider the previous vote has been made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to give Ms. Allard a chance to change her vote. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar, I assume you're not in the queue for this motion? Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems that I've done this a couple times in a row, and I just want to apologize to the body, so, for the motion to reconsider. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to immediately reconsider AM 35-2022 as bifurcated, Anchorage Election Commission appointments, Lauren Lehman, Meade Treadwell, with a yes vote as recommended by Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The motion for immediate reconsideration passes 11-0. Since we already have a motion on the floor,
I'm going to add a new motion.
do you need a moment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please, thank you.
And for those of you on the line, we're just getting the motion, the new motion ready and letting the system catch up.
Okay, I'm ready.
So a motion to approve AM 35-2022 as bifurcated and as reconsidered. Anchorage Election Commission appointments, Lauren Lehman, Meade Treadwell. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We are now back to the second part of the bifurcated AM 35-2022 Anchorage Election Commission appointments. B. Hansen. I'll go back through the queue. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know Ms. Hansen personally, and we've received some testimony tonight and some emails too stating that she is a good person who loves the city. And I'll say, speaking to the mayor's point about partisanship, as can be amply demonstrated by the vote we just took for 2 Republican former politicians, for me, there isn't an issue whether someone is a Democrat or a Republican. However, there is an unfortunate trend in the United States today that I believe causes great concern and is disqualifying for election commissions, and that is this pervasive myth of widespread electoral or voter fraud. And we received a number of emails today that indicated that, unfortunately, this nominee made some statements to that effect. And I believe that just cannot be permitted on the election commission when they are going to be adjudicating ballots. And for that reason, unfortunately, I do not believe that this candidate is qualified for this commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reference that in 2016, when we had our Republican president elected, that there was some sort of conspiracy of Russian collusion. So it goes both ways. I also wanted to make a comment that Mrs. Hansen is allowed to have her own personal opinion. It hasn't hurt anybody. And there are members of this assembly that have said the Constitution is full of racism. So if we use everything that everybody says against them, then nobody is perfect, right? So we need to be able to have some sort of checks and balances. But I wanted to further ask if Ms. Graham could speak on Ms. Hansen's qualifications, not just of her personal opinion on whether there's election integrity, in which I would actually say that that's a good thing, because she's going to be like a hawk watching everything that happens. Would you be okay with saying something, Ms. Graham?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Graham, would you like to respond?
Absolutely, through the chair. Sammy Graham, for the record, Chief of Staff. All of the boards and commissions appointees have been fully vetted by the administration. They all meet municipal code, and they have the expertise that will benefit the board and commission that they're appointed to. Bernice has especially those qualifications. Besides having the education and a major in marketing and the minor in management, she has experience being a canvas observer, so she's observed the canvas process, the election canvas process. She's been a mayoral election observer and trained in adjudication, so she knows the good, the bad, and the ugly of mail-in voting at the municipal level. So I think that's very important for someone that's going to serve on this election commission. She has also has testimony that she gave to the assembly. And in her testimony, she said that it is beneficial to both election employees and voters to have specific, well-defined procedures that are followed precisely. This removes subjectivity, emotional responses to the decisions made while ballots are being tabulated. Policy and procedures are the strict guidelines that the election officials follow to protect the voters' right to a free and fair election. She, of all people, believes in free and fair elections and has proved that during her time in the canvas, so in the election canvas. So hopefully that answers the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Ms.
Madam
Allard?
Chair, I just have one more question to the clerk, please.
To the clerk?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
What was your question?
Ms. Jones, can you tell me if these 3 seats aren't filled before election, will this have impact on the elections?
Through Through the chair, Ms. Allard, since the clerk staffs the elections and staffs the election commission, I think it's probably inappropriate if I answer that. I think it's a legal question that would really apply to all boards and commissions, and I would like to suggest that you could direct it to Assembly Council.
Thank you. Madam Chair, could we direct it to Mr. Burke or either Blair Christensen if she's on the line, please?
We can start with Mr. Burke or Ms. Christensen, and then we'll go to Mr. Gates. Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. As I understand it, Assemblymember Allard, there are 3 individuals whose commission memberships will expire as of February 11th, as their appointed term expired in October, so they have 120 days post expiration of their original term. So one of these seats would remain unfilled.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
I'm looking for clarification if this will impact the elections with 3 of these seats being empty on the commissions.
And Ms. Allard, for clarification, you're talking about the 1 seat
Well, I
here
think he just-
and then the other seats that are expected to be open in
Yes,
February.
ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
If I understand right, the question is whether having the 1 vacant seat will affect the election, or having 3 vacant seats will affect the election. And Mr. Burke, what he said about code is correct. I agree with that. There's a 120-day, I guess I call it a grace period, if the seats aren't filled, where members whose terms expired carry over for an additional 120 days. And, I haven't counted or looked at the calendar at how that works out. There could just be a problem if you don't have a quorum of the election commission members ready to adjudicate ballots and rejected ballot envelopes when it's time to do so in April. So, but I don't know if that 120 days from February, I'm guessing it carries over that period. So you may not have an issue. But again, I didn't look at the dates and calculate that 120-day period.
Madam Chair, a quick point of information.
What is your question, Mr. Constant?
I understand we just filled 2 seats, and it appears to me that there is 1 remaining seat and not 3 seats. Am I correct in that assessment to the administration? Thank you. So the question might properly be, would the empty vacancy of 1 seat have an impact? There is no 3-seat vacancy, so that question is kind of distracting to the point, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. As I noted earlier, there is 1 seat for which we are considering an appointment and an expectation that 2 seats will become vacant in February. Is that, and that is not,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm addressing the 1 seat. Thank you.
okay. So I do want to clarify this point because there's 1 seat, we filled 2, and the remaining 2, because it's a 5, okay, so to clarify, there are no seats up in February. There are 2 that we just approved, and then 1 being considered, and the other 2 are on the board through some other date beyond this election. Okay, so
It sounds like nobody knows how it's going to impact, so thank you, Madam Chair. I'll figure it out through a...
Madam Chair, point of information.
Mayor Bronson, what is your question?
Well, one question for Mr. Constant. I just need to know the threshold since these are adjudicatory seats.
Mayor Bronson, actually, we are not going to have debate until we...
No, I'm asking for information, then I'm going to ask the Muni attorney because he's been trying to get in the queue about the question that was posed by Mr. Constant. So my question for Mr. Constant is this: if one is not important enough, if we can leave one seat empty and it's not a problem if we get into an adjudicatory event of some kind, what is the threshold? So two being empty or three being empty, those are still fine, or is that not fine? I need to know the threshold on how many empty seats are not a problem.
Thank you.
And I'd like to defer now to Muni Attorney Patrick Burke on the other matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. I'm going to let Mr. Constant respond because he would like to clarify, and then I want to go to council because the attorney can best address what the potential impact of one seat unfilled would be. Mr. Constant, very briefly.
Thank you. I'm afraid words were put in my mouth. I did not say one seat is not important. I simply clarified that we weren't talking about 3 seats. We were talking about 1 seat because there's a substantial difference between 3 and 1 in terms of making quorum and taking and conducting the business. And so I would like to be very clear in my language that I in no way stated any of these seats are not important. They are all important.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And now we'll go back to the municipal attorney and then Assembly Council on the question of the impact of, if I'm characterizing your question correctly, Mayor Bronson, the impact of 1 seat on the commission potentially remaining unfilled.
Yeah, through the chair, Patrick Burke. Just looking at the duties of the Election Commission under 28.120.060, this commission does have some adjudicatory function, and so an odd number of commission members is important given the adjudicatory nature, because 4 members could result in a deadlock. So I apologize for not answering Assemblymember Allard's question right off the bat. Now that I understand, that would be the impact to the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Gates, did you want to weigh in?
I don't really have anything else to add, but I would encourage having a full commission at the time when they're seated to do their job and adjudicate in April. 5 members, like Mr. Brooks said, having 4 risks at tie votes, and that means things fail. So it's designed to be 5 members. This is, I just want to say, right now in January until April, there's plenty of time to have a full commission.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And Mr. Gates, would you clarify that a quorum can be established with 4 members? And would you also clarify that if there is a tie vote, the tie vote would fail?
Motion with the tie vote is a failed motion. A quorum of a 5-member commission is 3.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
But the votes are counted, I believe, with the full seats, so we still need 3 to pass a motion when we have 5 seats.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And
Thank
Ms.
you, Madam
Allard.
Chair. Can I just do my last comment? It's not a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So the impact is great. So if we don't have all 5 seats filled, the impact of this election is great. And we don't need that. We need to make sure our elections are done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. We went far astray there. I was just going to make a few comments on Ms. Hanson, who I don't know, and I only know from what I read in the packet. And then I didn't get a whole lot of emails. I think I only saw a couple, and I think some for and some against. But, you know, if she meets the code requirements, then that should certainly tilt us towards that. And the job of being on the commission is fairly well prescribed, too. I mean, what they do and how they do it is pretty much spelled out. So, you know, whatever other opinions they have of any variety of things shouldn't really, you know, change. You know, if you have someone who's clear thinking, that they should be able to do the job well. And I would say that someone who goes in as a skeptic is not a bad thing in this environment. I mean, they're, you know, they know what they need to do, and if they go in, is this really working well? Is this truthful? Is it you know, done well? I'd like to know that that kind of person is there, you know, and if they're destructive, that's bad. But if they're skeptical, that's actually a good type of trait for this So I have no reason not to support this confirmation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just want to echo what Mr. Weddleton just said. He kind of stole my thunder on that. But, you know, I don't know Ms. Hansen either. All I know is from the resume that we've seen. Again, I did see a couple of the emails that came through, and one of the emails that came through really struck me because it said something about we have no evidence of any voter fraud having been committed. And I want to say that's actually not true. And we have documented exactly what did happen. We know that the amazing thing is that our system worked well enough to catch those that were attempting to sign on a ballot that they had no right to actually be filling out. So we know we caught people signing ballots whose signatures could not be verified, and it was not the person that should have been signing that ballot. So I would say that our system worked well enough to catch those potential fraud attempts. So I think if anything, we ought to be proud of the fact that we have not only the equipment, the process, the staff, and the commission that does their job. And we don't want people to be complacent enough to think that, oh, nothing ever happens. Oh, there's no such thing as somebody trying to cheat. It's not widespread. You know, like Mr. Dunbar said, nothing's been widespread. But we know it happens, and we've got to have people who are vigilant enough to dot every I and cross every T, you know, and to have those conversations, to bring up those questions. So if there's a naysayer in the group, that is probably a good thing. Like Mr. Weddleton said, if there's a skeptic, then that's a positive. Because if we have people that only think that there's no problems out there, then they get complacent. And I think that's the one thing we don't want to risk. So I think giving this Ms. Hansen a chance to be on here, considering that she does meet the qualifications, is so much more valuable than just saying, well, we think she might be disagreeable with the way I think, so I really just don't want her on there. I think we have to be careful about those kinds of comments that we get from the public. So I would hope that this body would go ahead and approve this nominee. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Bronson in the queue for a final comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to speak one to the process and then to a concept, actually, or a philosophy. As we know, Article 507B says that the mayor has the authority and the responsibility to appoint. Quite simple. Title 28, 120.030, which Mr. Dunbar read several minutes ago, it speaks to the qualifications. The notion that B. Hansen is not qualified certainly has been disproven. It's been commented on here. The Assembly is required to vote on qualifications. Imputing or adding in other requirements is not within the purview of the authority of the Assembly. The mayor appoints subject to confirmation. The Assembly approves based on qualifications. Philosophy is not to enter into the process. I'll be honest with you, I've known Bea maybe a year. My wife knows her a lot better than I do. I didn't know she had any questions about, I assume, the November elections of last year. I didn't know. I don't care. It doesn't come up. She meets the qualifications. She is qualified. Article 405035 says what the qualifications of commission members are. And so I'm kind of lost here on what you expect, because quite frankly, if we're going to send a message to the public, to people, good citizens who would be inclined to volunteer for our commissions, that they're going to be put through a smear campaign, a letter writing campaign. If someone has written emails accusing B of something, redact the names and let's see the emails. She has a right to face her accusers. What you're doing here is not right. It's been done before here. The mayor appoints and you approved, and you're constrained in that approval process. You can't imply, and if you vote against her, quite frankly, I expect to hear the reasons why you don't approve her. Our public has a right to know that. What are the standards? I've been doing this for 6 or 7 months with you, and we keep disapproving people, but you don't tell me why, so I got to go find somebody else. For goodness sakes, I had to go, you turned down Ms. Clopton, so I went and got 2 lieutenant governors and B. What else does, I mean, what is it going to take? Ms. Clopton, Ms. Clopton is a great woman. I've known her a year or 2. Great people. I just need to know what the standards are because, boy, this target is really moving for me. So, I mean, if you need a work session, boy, if there was a time for a work session to consider something, maybe B is the one, and you bring her accusers in. We went through this episode once a few months ago with Joe Gerace. And quite frankly, that accusatory process against him failed miserably. So I would quite frankly like to see the accusers of B in private and in executive session. We can do that process again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant.
I attempted to make a motion so we could hear from these people, but I was rebuffed by 10 of my peers. So a number of times now tonight, things have been said that we've engaged in a smear campaign, or that we're casting aspersions, or that we're impugning reputations, or that we're suggesting positions aren't important. Those words have been levied at me, none of which I have uttered. I believe that an argument was made on why the qualifications are not met. While some may or may not agree with it, that is the question before us. The mayor speaks plainly that he has the authority to appoint, but he misunderstands the authority to judge qualifications. The constraints that we have on the judgment of qualifications are essentially that 6 members of this body decide that that individual is qualified. That's the question before us. No broad-scoped language is going to corner me into making a different position, but I'll tell you what, words matter, and when people put words in my mouth, it really makes me think. I must have to consider my vote closely. And I have a long history of voting yes on appointees for this administration that I would otherwise have to think many times, but I would have welcomed hearing from these people so I could hear, but I don't get that opportunity, and at this point I'm a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Whittleton?
Thanks. You know, we had a long conversation about what seats are open and closed, and then so I may have missed this, but looking at the item in front of us, it says for Ms. Hanson to replace Cynthia Hawkins, whose seat doesn't expire until 2024. And then Lauren Lehman's, Pat Abney's expires 2023. Are those incorrect then? I hear a no from someone. But the dates are wrong, or? Oh, the new terms. Okay. Thank you.
So just to respond to Mr. Whittleton's questions, the dates listed on the AM are the new terms for those appointees. Ms. Allard, I believe you've been in twice, so this is a final round. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So I'm going to read the qualifications of 4.05035, and this is what the qualifications are. And then afterwards, I'd like to see if we can have Ms. Hanson come up and speak. If legally eligible by a qualified voter of the municipality, B, maintain domicile in the municipality while in office, C, if serving on an adjudicatory or regulatory board, be at least 18 years of age, D, if under 18 years of age and serving on an advisory board or a commission to employment of minors during the member's service on the board. That's it. Those are the qualifications under the code. And if I can ask Ms. B. Hanson, since we're all talking about her like she's not here, to be able to come up and represent herself, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I want to note that the request is somewhat out of order as we are limited to 2 times in the queue, but I have let that slide. So in this case, I will permit this. go ahead with your question, Ms. Allard. Welcome, Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Can you tell me why you feel the drive to support your community in the civic duty, and maybe a little bit more about your background and qualifications as far as your experience, not according to code, because you already qualified according to code?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. My name is B. Hanson, Anchorage, Alaska, and I am in Mr. Whittleton and Ms. LaFrance, District 6. I love this city and I love our country, and we have this amazing country where every citizen has the right to vote. And the reason that I am passionate about it is I wanted to know with the mail-in voting what that looked like. So I volunteered my time to go spend at a canvas, and I sat through 9 hours watching this amazing process, and our clerks and everyone that worked so hard on this. And then from there, I wanted to learn what it was to be an observer. So I volunteered my time to observe and to see how this amazing process works. We've done a lot of changes for the citizens, going to mail-in, and now we're going to do ranked choice voting. And I just want to be a part of that. I love this city. I appreciate everyone who works in this city, and this is a position that I am passionate about because of the country that we live in and the city that we live in. Every citizen's vote matters, and I want to be a part of making them count.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson, and I'd like to go ahead and move through the queue. Next, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. So, Ms. Hanson, in your testimony, you made an accusation that the clerk was lying during the April, I'm sorry, I guess it was the May runoff election. Can you elaborate? In what way was the clerk lying?
I was lied to. When we were on actual election day, I was one of the observers that was there, and I was one of the observers that was last to leave. And so what happened was, after all the workers left and us observers were leaving, I first asked the assistant clerk, Erica McConnell, if we were all done for the evening. And she said, yes, we are all done for the evening. So then I saw Miss Jones and I asked her, we're all finished for the evening? Now let me remind you, this is my first time experiencing all of this, and I just don't want to miss any of it. I'm taking it all in. I think it's a phenomenal thing that we do. And Ms. Jones said to me, yes, we are done for the evening. So I left Election Central, and then I left for the evening, and because I still had my observer badge, it was reported that there was activity in the election center, and when I left, we were all leaving, and all the cameras were turned off, so I was asked to return because I still had my observer badge. So while I sat there, there were people just leaving, and Ms. McConnell came up to me and said, B, what are you doing here? And I said, I have the same question for you. I thought we were done for the evening. And she said to me that they had received more ballots and that they were all done, though. It's all done, and that she would see me tomorrow. So that's what I was referring to, is I was told they were done, and they were not.
Madam Chair, can I have two follow-ups here?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
One, I believe those issues were addressed in the clerk's report about the election. I was wondering if the clerk could refresh us on that incident.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the clerk filed a report with the Assembly, and my report speaks for itself.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hanson, you've read the clerk's report and the
I did. There were I was told we do challenges when we have concerns. So the next morning I did present a challenge, and there were several of them. For instance, having all the video surveillance on all the time, that protects the workers, that protects the clerk's office and the voters. That had been turned off. There was activity in the building, and I did read her report, but some of my words were twisted in her response.
Twisted how, Ms. Hanson?
So one of the things I witnessed that evening, Mr. Dunbar, was there was a box left on top of the voting box outside the front door, and I recognized the box as one of them from the election center. And a woman walked around the building, picked up that box, and then walked around the other side of the building. Of course, I didn't know if I was alone in the parking lot, if it was safe to chase. And the twisting in the clerk's response was that she was not responsible for boxes that homeless people leave on there. And I, in my challenge, never said the woman was homeless, and I said she picked up the box, didn't leave the box there.
Okay, one last question, Madam Chair, and then we'll move on. So I believe, Ms. Hanson, you were a spokeswoman for the Judy Elledge campaign, is that correct?
No, that is incorrect. For the canvass, I did observe under the Judy Elledge campaign, and then for the mayoral, I was there observing for the Bronson campaign.
So for the prior election for Ms. Elledge, there was a challenge, and we were asked to not certify that election. Were you a part of that process, and did you agree with the challenge to have us not certify the election of the person who defeated Ms. Elledge? That's all, Madam Chair.
So I was not part of that challenge. That had something to do that someone else had observed, that not myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions for you, Ms. Hanson, but I did want to read a particular provision of code regarding qualifications. This is 28.120.030, qualifications of members. In addition to the qualifications set forth in section 4.05.035, members of the commission are preferred but not required to have 1, served as an election official for the municipality, the state of Alaska, or any jurisdiction within the United States, and 2, have significant experience and responsibilities in that position within the last 5 years. Of course, I'm just going to reiterate what this says. It says preferred but not required. So all 11 of us are probably going to read that a different way. I will say for me, I read that fairly strictly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, it's been said a couple times, the city of Anchorage does not do ranked choice voting. That is the state, not the city. Thanks.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Bronson, or Mayor Bronson, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a 5-minute recess to speak to council on this issue.
Mayor Bronson, we need to keep moving, and you can consult with the municipal attorney while we proceed through working the process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to read a paragraph, and it deals directly with the report the clerk filed. A very short paragraph, actually, just 3 lines. In the course of the observation for over several weeks, we filed many reports. The observers went in, went out. We tried to mitigate conflicts at one point. The campaign, my campaign during the observation, eliminated or removed all men from the thing because men were no longer allowed to be observers because of the claims made by some folks in the clerk's office that some of the men were aggressive. We queried those men, we actually interrogated them. They didn't think they were, but we gave in on that. However, in that process, we hired counsel to create a report based on the hundreds of reports that we filed for all the observers. I would imagine Beef filed one of those reports. It was a standardized report that we created. And here is one paragraph that I'd like to read that was written by my attorney. And it says, overall, and this is in reference to the recount, it said, overall, there was a great failure by the clerk's office to communicate with the public, particularly the campaigns, about the overall process.
Mayor Bronson?
This failure resulted in many of the miscommunications and mistruths set forth by the clerk's report to the Assembly.
This is not relevant to this discussion. We have not,
Madam Chair, point of order.
This report has not
Thank you,
been
Madam Chair.
shared with the body. I have Mr. Constant next in the queue. Did I hear a point of order?
You did.
Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, this is the mayor of Anchorage, and it is actually relevant. And just because you don't think it's germane, he does have the right and the freedom of speech to point his opinion, and you're constantly interrupting him, which I think it's a violation of his First Amendment right to speak. He was absolutely speaking to the topic of Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. It is a ruling of the chair that I do not agree with the point that you have raised. All members of the body and the mayor can participate as a member of the assembly, with the exception of voting, must follow the rules of procedure. And part of that is confining comments specifically to the matters at hand. And we have strayed very far in this discussion. The matter at hand is the appointment of Ms. Hansen. And so I will go back through the queue to Mr. Constant.
I call the question. Second.
The motion to call the question has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. This is not a debatable motion. It requires 8 votes, and it effectively, if it passes, ends the discussion and proceeds directly to a vote on the question. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to call the question.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 11-0. Members may proceed to vote. On the motion to approve AM 35-2022 as bifurcated, Anchorage Election Commission appointment, B. Hansen.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotow?
No.
The motion fails 4-7. Next, we have item 10D14. This item was on the addendum, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 36-2022, Amendment Number 1 to Birch Horton, Bittner, and Chereau Contract, PO Number 2021-003319, to provide professional legal services to the Anchorage Assembly. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve was made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Something?
Just the opposite.
The opposite. A motion to approve was made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard, you pull this item?
I did, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know if we can actually put the entire document up on the screen, the actual AM. And the reason why, I just wanted to reiterate, so Mr. Falsey, previously the Muni Manager, not only for Mayor Berkowitz, because I want the public to be able to see this, please. And the former municipality manager for former acting mayor Quinn Davidson will be representing the majority of this assembly in this lawsuit, as the majority of the individuals on this assembly voted to waive Mr. Falsey's 1 year of not being able to participate working for the municipality, or to get a job that he might have information on. So I just wanted to put that up as clarification for the public, that we have majority have going to continue to have Mr. Falsey represent this assembly in this lawsuit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to discuss the context of the proposed amendment, and it's for suit filed December 10th, 2021 by the Mayor's Office, and being that Mr. Falsey and Birch Horton, Bittner, and Chereau, which is a full firm, was already on contract. It makes sense and is very typical with both municipal procedures and assembly procedures, just to extend a contract to continue within the scope of services when there's already someone who is familiar with the situation, and we are well past that 1 year time, so it really doesn't apply to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think, again, I want to reiterate that we did not sue the mayor sued us, and there is still an outstanding procurement question, and the procurement question is, under what vehicle was the mayor's council Gessenrud funded, and it should have probably already come to this body. We'll be looking into that here pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you. Asked to speak since Ms. Allard said that there was a waiver for Mr. Fossey for conflict since he had left municipal employment. And that's not true for in this instance for this contract approved in October. No waiver was necessary. There was no conflict. We did have, I think, in the weeks or maybe a month before this contract, Mr. Fossey had asked for a waiver for some other legal work he was going to do for a landowner that related to a matter the municipality had worked on before. There was a vote to waive that 1 year of employment after leaving service for him for that matter, but not for this one, and I just wanted to clarify that. There was no conflict with Mr. Fossey working on this contract.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and in no way was I implying that it was for this one. I just wanted to give the history to the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 36-2022.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? The motion passes 10-1. The last 4 items that were pulled from the consent agenda are items from the 10G section and require 3 members to introduce. So we'll go to the first item, which is 10G14 on the addendum. No, actually, that's on the original agenda. Ordinance number AO 2022-13, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition amending municipal charter to elect the municipal clerk. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you pulled that item.
Move to introduce and set public hearing for August 23rd.
Second.
Third.
This item has been moved for introduction by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Mr. Constant? Mr. Constant, and third by Mr. Dunbar, with a public hearing set for August 23rd. There is no further action required for introducing that item. Ms. Allard, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a concern. If it's on the 23rd, I think we should move it to, I wanted to amend and move it to...
Actually, Ms. Allard, it's already been introduced and the public hearing has been set. But if you have a point of order or information, since we can only have debate when we have a motion on the floor, we don't have a motion on the floor. So we will move on to the next item, 10G18. Which is on the addendum. Ordinance number AO 2022-17, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, did someone say something?
I said a point of order, but I'm waiting to be recognized.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. What is your procedural question?
Yeah, it's actually to the other one that we were just speaking to in regards to 10G14.
And I'm sorry, so you believe a rule has been broken?
Well, my curiosity, well, no, I'm asking as somebody can tell me a point of information, I guess, coming from somebody else, whether it's the clerk's office or the legal department, but are you telling me that because we moved it so that it would be public hearing on the 23rd, that I could not introduce it to be for public hearing on the 19th?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So, point of information, you have a question about procedure, and you would like to hear from Mr. Gates?
Yes, if that's possible, please, just for an explanation, unless...
Understood.
Looks
Mr.
like
Gates?
Barbara's coming down. Maybe she can just explain it really quick.
Sorry, excuse me. I'm not exactly clear what I'm being asked to explain, but the process for introducing an ordinance is set in our charter in a 1001B, and upon introduction and the approval of 3 assembly members, it's set for a public hearing, and so that's what's just occurred. Was there more to that question that I'm missing? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allard, does that address your point of information?
Can he please repeat that? Sorry, John was talking to me. I apologize. He was. Go ahead. Can you say that again, Dean?
Yes, to be sure I understand what I'm being asked is the process for introducing the ordinance and setting the public hearing. And our charter in 1001B has an ordinance introduced, and then by approval of 3 assembly members, then the clerk can set it for a public hearing. And that's what's just occurred, and we see the public hearing was asked to be set for August date. I think what you're asking is that you disagreed with that.
Yes, I wanted it to be here by the 19th of January for public hearing.
Anything else, Mr. Gates?
Well, no, that's all I have, I guess.
Thank you. We will go ahead and return back to item 10G18. Ordinance number AO 2022-17, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to support and advance early childhood education, dedicate the net proceeds of the current retail marijuana sales tax to this purpose, and accepting the marijuana tax from the tax increase limitation. Mr. Perez-Verdilla, you pulled this item?
Yes, I'd like to move to introduce and set public hearing for May 24th.
Second.
Third.
A motion has been made to introduce AO 2022-17 and set for public hearing. Was that the meeting of May 24?
Yes, that's correct.
For the meeting of May 24, seconded by Mr. Peterson, and a third from Ms. Zelatel, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that item has been introduced and set for public hearing for May 24. Next is item 10G19, ordinance number AO 2022-18, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Birchwood, Chugiak, Eagle River, Eklutna, and Peters Creek area at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the area
Waive reading.
should research and study the potential to detach from the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, I guess this would be a procedural. I want to know, do I need to wait until we speak about this when it goes onto the agenda on the 23rd? Is it 23rd, 27th when we hear it? Or
Yes, Ms. Allard. So I will recognize that as a point of information, and the procedural question is, do you need to wait until this item has been introduced, has had a public hearing, and there's a motion on the floor? And the answer is yes. So for this part, we will not discuss. But it's not.
So you want to introduce?
Ms. Kennedy?
Introduced.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to introduce item AO 2022-18.
Second.
Third. Do we have a date? I mean, you made them all the 19th. Is that
And
correct,
set
Madam
for
Chair?
public hearing on January 25th. Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, I just want to verify that you do not want the public hearing at the special meeting of the 19th.
Okay, I forgot about that. Yes, thank you.
So that was moved for introduction by Ms. Kennedy, seconded by Mr. Constant, and the third was Mr. Weddleton, and set for public hearing for the special meeting of January 19. The final item on the consent agenda is 10G20, ordinance number AO 2022-19, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition removing a conflict with the Alaska Constitution by amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to change to a majority vote requirement, the vote requirement of 3/5 for amending the charter, for approval of a sales tax ordinance, and for disposal of a municipal utility. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled that item.
Move to introduce with public hearing on August 23.
Second.
Third.
Moved for introduction with a public hearing on August 23rd by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard, and third by Mr. Dunbar. Oh, Mr. Dunbar's nodding. And that completes the consent agenda. We will now take our regularly scheduled dinner break and be back in 20 minutes. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you. Thanks. Mr. Peterson?
I'm here.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with the rest of the agenda. Next, we have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 792-2021, Sister Cities Commission appointment, Irene Green. Action was postponed from the meeting of December 7, 2021. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just want to offer that a highly credible staff member has been appointed to serve this commission, and things have changed in the context of what we're hearing from members of the community who are involved. And so it means that things are starting to roll again, and I'm very grateful for it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 792-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The motion to approve 11A passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum number AM 793-2021, Animal Control Advisory Board appointment. Action was postponed on this item from the meeting of December 7, 2021. There is no motion pending. Mr. Constant? Actually, I will go to Ms. Demboski, meeting manager, on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration requests this item be postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski, and Mr. Constant is going to briefly speak to that?
Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy.
If there is no motion on the floor, then no motion is necessary to address the item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, so at the request of the administration, the Assembly will not move item 11B, and without a motion, that item dies. Next, we have item 11C, ordinance number AO 2021-119, an ordinance authorizing a ground lease between the Anchorage Community Development Authority Lesser and 6th Avenue Center LLC tenant at Lot 1B, Block 68, original town site.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of December 21, 2021. Action was postponed from the meeting of 12/21/2021, and there is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak? Otherwise, I will go to the administration.
Yeah, please go to the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So first, I will ask the administration to speak to any changes that have been made to the ground lease for this item. And then after that, I will ask the representative of the lessee, James Kenworthy, who is here and is one of the project partners, to explain the role in the project and address any other issues or answer questions from the body.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. We have Ben Bowman from the Department of Law on the line who can brief the Assembly on changes to the lease and any relevant information, and he'll be available for questions as well. Ben?
Good evening, everyone. This is Ben Bowman, from Assistant Municipal Attorney through the chair, and I apologize. I just got on the bridge, so I'm suffering from a little bit of the YouTube lag. Was there a specific question?
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. No specific question, but if you could perhaps just summarize what, if anything, has changed since this item was before the Assembly at the last meeting, or the meeting of December 21st?
Yes, at the request of the Assembly, you should have in front of you now an AM reflecting the exact nature of the formed ground lease. And so the part of the discussion at the last meeting was what the exact terms of the ground lease would look like. I believe that has been provided for the Assembly now. It generally matches the terms that were put forward under the previous AM, but as we discussed in the last meeting, that was just a term sheet, and this you should now have as part of, make sure I've got the right AM. I believe it is AM 798-2021A, item 11C2. That is the full form of the ground lease.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. And just for clarification to members and members of the public, AM 798-2021A was submitted as part of the addendum, and so for members here in the room, it is in the blue packet towards the end, or blue folder. And at this point, I will invite Mr. James Kenworthy, who is one of the project partners and a party to the transaction, to explain your role in the project and to be available for any questions that members may have.
Thank you. I'm Jamie Kenworthy. I'm the co-manager of a local seed fund that has put $550,000 members of 6th Avenue Center. We thought we would have signed a developer's agreement with ACDA a year ago and have an assembly-approved ground lease about 2 months later. We thought our legal bill would be about $25,000. It's been $150,000. Here's what we finally have figured out about why this has been so difficult. ACD and the Muni have been negotiating with us as if we are potential contractors. And with contractors, as you know, you put the money in and you control the schedule, you control any changes in design, and if someone wants to buy out the contractor, you get to approve or disapprove that change. But we're not contractors. We're trying to be partners. We're not being paid. We've put in $3 million so far. So the good news tonight is that we've got magic language that you've been passed out that basically says that we could bridge the gap between the Muni and need to to perceive control of the project and the need for language in the agreement that's there now that says that the decisions of ACDA and the Muni have to be commercially reasonable. That's a synonym for acceptable to investors to put up the $60 million we estimate, which will build a hotel. So the Anchorage project is going to be competing for investment with other projects where, unlike Anchorage, the local development team is empowered to close the deal. So despite our challenges today, I ask you to approve what's been passed out without changing a single word. It's been agreed to. I just want everyone to be informed that all the compromise language required to get to here has put a little additional risk in our ability to raise next stage capital. So there's one more item I think is necessary to build a hotel. It will not cost the Muni anything. It won't involve any more lawyers. And that is, we need a change of perspective, of attitude. We are partners. We each have different, distinct responsibilities. You are the leaseor of the land. We're the development team. We're not contractors in a government program. If investors believe it's a government program, they're going to move on to other simpler deals. So we can build a hotel, but if any new issues arise, if any of the attorneys, including our attorney, use this as another opportunity to add risk, cost, or delay, it gets doubtful we can build a hotel. Starting tonight, this now has to be a project-driven process, not an attorney-driven process. So please approve the ground lease. So together we can get on one side of the table because the major investors will be on the other side of the table. For both us and the ACDA and the Muni, all decisions going forward have to be based on what best gets a hotel built. If we do that, I expect we're going to succeed. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy. Thank you for being here, and I understand you'll be staying and available for any member questions. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. Actually, a question for Mr. Bowman. Couple. One, in the lease it mentions, and actually Mr. Kenworthy maybe too, but I think mostly Mr. Bowman. It says in the lease that there's a lawsuit over handling and disposal of hazardous waste, and what's that all about? It's not between this developer. I think it's between ACDA and the city or something.
Mr. Bowman, did you hear Mr. Weddleton's question?
I have to apologize, through the chair, I have to apologize. The line broke up a couple of times throughout that. I believe you're, Assemblyperson Wilson, you were asking about the hazardous waste clause?
Yeah, it said there's a lawsuit between ACDA and the municipality regarding handling and disposal of hazardous waste.
You're asking if such a lawsuit exists?
Well, it says it in the lease that it does, and it's kind of news to me.
Mr. Weddleton, would you be able to provide the page and the section?
I read it online, so I didn't mark this. So I will flip through it and find it. And then I guess in the meantime, if Mr. Bowman, you could speak. So what liability does this impose on the municipality, this lease?
Cindy Person Dalton, I'll wait for the hazardous waste until we have the citation so everyone can see what we're talking about. But I think I know generally what that's dealing with. And as to your second question, liability based on the municipality, as Mr. Kenworthy stated, this is a developer project. This ground lease gives the developer, as lessee, right to come in, build, and then operate the hotel and some of the additional structures at the 6th Avenue parking garage. So liability-wise, there is not a particular financial liability to the municipality. Additionally, ACDA has agreed to indemnify the municipality for any harms or damages which might come forward. There is an additional memorandum of understanding between ACDA and the municipality as it relates to the transit center that is currently in the 6th Avenue parking garage, or that's cited to be there, and issues that might arise in regards to transit or other aspects of this agreement. I would say there is minimal liability for the municipality for this project currently because of how the ground lease and the development agreement are primarily structured between ACDA and the developer. The municipality is, as you all are aware, the end holder of ACDA if anything should go catastrophically wrong. But that is a low probability situation.
All right, thank you. I'm still looking for that hazardous waste stuff, so carry on.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Kenworthy, for being able to work through the last steps that had to be done to get an actual lease before the assembly so we could approve it. And my question really isn't for you. I think I'm pretty satisfied with where you're at. I have a question for Mr. Robbins and ACDA. And just as a matter of kind of a note on top, I heard what the attorney said, Mr. Kenworthy, that the municipality has very little liability in this at this time. It's just what attorneys do. They work hard to make that happen, and so you have made it through the vanguard. Mr. Robbins, I heard a number of concerns from Mr. Kenworthy, and I'm hopeful that when this process is done and we're moving down the road, you will be able to prepare kind of a brief for members of the Assembly, or at least Ms. LaFrance and I, to contemplate how to streamline and improve this process so that future developers have a better opportunity to move through the process efficiently.
Assemblymember Constant, or through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, that is something that we look forward to doing as we move through the process. It's a benefit to ACDA that we have both you and Ms. LaFrance on our board, so you'll have an opportunity to participate and help us with that process. So we look forward to it because I know the administration and ACDA want to create a more builder and developer-friendly environment, and we can use this as a study to make that happen.
Thank you. I think that's important. And just for the record to note, the chair and I are ex officio members. We don't carry a vote, therefore we don't have a conflict in this matter.
Correct, but you're there.
Yes, we are. I just want to make sure everyone hears that. Thank you very much for doing this hard work and getting us to where we have a product we can move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Thank you, Mr. Constant. And thank you, Mr. Kenworthy. We'll go back to Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to Google that section of the lease that had that mention of hazardous waste, but instead I LaFranced it and got right to it. So if you look at it, starting at the very bottom of page 9, and then it goes into page 10, and it basically, as part of the execution of this lease, ACDA has provided to tenant copies of the environmental reports in ACDA's possession, and advised tenant that there is currently pending litigation brought by the municipality of Anchorage concerning the handling and disposal of hazardous materials on and from the property. So I just, whoever, Mr. Bowman or Mr. Robbins, could tell us what that might be.
Mr. Bowman?
Through the chair, I'm not immediately aware of active litigation at the moment. And potentially Mr. Robbins knows exactly which reports this was referring to. The primary effect of this section was to disclaim, it was on behalf of ACDA to disclaim, and on behalf of the developer to be aware that that this apparently disclosed hazardous waste was on the premises.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I see that Mayor Bronson is in the queue. Did you want to respond to this question, Mayor Bronson?
No, Madam Chair. I just, at this time, if I can, I'd like to advise or advocate for unanimous support of this. We've worked on this a long time. It was a bit contentious the last couple months. This is really important for the city. It's a great effort, and if we could get unanimity on this, this is a 99-year lease. It's good for the city, and I think the language protects us from the liability that we're facing, and I request unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. So going back to Mr. Weddleton, on your question regarding the pending litigation.
I mean, it is tangential to this because basically it's just telling Mr. Kenworthy that there might be such an issue. And but I would be, if someone could dig on, I'd be curious. I mean, if the municipality is suing ACDA, that's of interest probably more than just me. Thanks.
Mr. Robbins?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Weldon, there are currently no lawsuits between the ACDA and the municipality of Anchorage. And this clause is more designed as a protection to disclose that there could be or might be or something on the property since it has been a parking garage.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Weddleton, I'll continue through the queue, or unless you have a comment, any further comment on that? Okay. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to somewhat echo the comments by Mr. Constant with the caveat of, this is public assets, and so we do have to be diligent in our process, and that can feel very cumbersome. So ways to streamline that process are welcomed as long as they're not done in sacrifice of us ensuring that a public asset, especially something like a ground lease for 99 years where there are issues around assignment clauses and labor peace agreements and other policies of the municipality that need to be woven in, it does make doing business sometimes with governmental entities a little bit more difficult. But I think in the end, once we get through these, we can become more of a project-based team. Unfortunately, we just have to work through these additional intricacies. So as that process streamlining is contemplated by ACDA, keeping in mind kind of what has been raised here, maybe what's been raised in past deals that may have slowed it down. But overall, I'm very supportive of this project. I'm glad we were able to get answers to these questions. It makes that support all the more easy, and it makes it easier to go back and talk with the public about these projects and provide those provide those assurances that the public is often looking for when we are developing a prominent piece of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, and I agree with Ms. Salatel. The idea of a kind of an overview, review, a debrief, and a future plan is so we ensure we have projects that meet all of those processes at the same time. And I just would like to concur in absolute measure with the mayor's position that I hope we have a unanimous vote right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will go back to Mr. Weddleton, just to make sure that there wasn't anything else with the language concerning the currently pending litigation language in there.
I don't think it's relevant to the decision at this
Okay.
point.
Great. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-119.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
11C passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take up the liquor licenses, items 15A and 15B, then item 14A, the school bond, then item 13A, B, C. Okay, and then we just continue. Okay, 13A, B, and then we continue, which is C, and then 15C and 15D. I can read it again. The motion is to change the order of the day now to take up items 15A and B, 14A, and then back to the regular order.
Is there a second on the motion to change the order of the day?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Where is my...
So the motion is to change the order of the day to take up the liquor license related items 15A and 15B, then 14A, the proposed ASD bond, and then go back through the agenda, resuming with 13A. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing no, oh, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, sorry, so you said 15A and B, but we had some added on the addendum too. Are we doing those as well?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Given that 15C and D are special land use permits, they're not as time critical as 15A and 15B.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We will now take up item 15A. This is a quasi-judicial, or it falls under the quasi-judicial or administrative matters and special orders section. Items in this agenda category typically involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These items are typically public hearing items. So we now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5469 for Host Chen ANC FBLLC DBA Sleeping Lady Airport Lounge located at Ted Stevens.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Darden. I live in the United States of America, covered under the United States Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Declaration of Independence give me the freedom to express myself during my 3 minutes. You started my clock unlike you started the clock on the individual who potentially discluded with the mayor and the entire municipality of Anchorage in a blatant money laundering scheme to approve something that was blatantly, that had some nefarious substances that were put on the grounds.
Mr. Darden, please speak to the item before us.
I stated where I was from very clearly and what I would be doing during my 3 minutes without further interruption from you, with all due respect, Ms. LaFrance. The amendment to the proposed resolution, which I propose, being that we are in such a blatant time of corruption and manipulation of the public, that we add an amendment that specifies the necessity of implications of constitutional liberties on billboards to be amended from the typical 4 foot by 8 foot parameter to extend to 16 feet by 4 feet.
Mr. Darden, please speak to the resolution before us concerning the
That
renewal
would
of
be
the
the
liquor license.
third time you've interrupted me. Chair, I stated where I was from, the United States of America, covered under the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Declaration of Independence. I was arrested at this Assembly chambers for such violations by the former chair, Felix Rivera, and I don't want you to follow him into a suit that's
Mr.
going to...
Darden, you are off topic. Please speak to the resolution
There's no topic
before
that's
us.
not covered under the First Amendment. The speech that is free is the only thing that keeps peace. Your interruption is a violation of my 3 minutes, which the clock you started for me, which you didn't start for the person who bankrolled you, that was speaking about nefarious actions that weren't happening.
Mr. Darden,
Give him extra questions.
This
It's
is
so
your
blatantly
final
corrupt.
warning. You need to speak to the item before us.
I'm not
Please
giving you money, LaFrance.
address
I want
the
to speak to
resolution.
the matter before us, and I'd like you for the 5th time not to interrupt me. I'm not giving you money. So 16 feet by 4 feet, 8 feet tall, with the clear Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights.
Mr. Darden, you are off topic.
It's going to be added to the amendment. You can make amendments to resolutions, and I can speak in a loud voice so that you can understand, because I don't know if you can hear through this thick plastic.
That is not pertinent
It
to
is
this
an
item.
amendment.
You have been warned.
You don't understand the Constitution.
Mr. Darden, your time is up. You've been warned. If you testify on other items, you must keep your comments on the item before us on that topic. Thank you, Mr. Darden. Are there any other, Mr. Darden? Mr. Darden, you have been warned. Security, please escort Mr. Darden out of the meeting, out of the chambers. Mr. Turner, I believe we have someone on the phone testimony list.
You mean the meat tread wrong and stuff? I've only, typically, like, I need to consider it once.
This is Andrew.
Hi, Mr. Clare.
Hey, yes.
Yes, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on resolution number AR 2022-1 concerning the conditional protest regarding the renewal of the liquor license for Host Chen and CFB. If you state your name for the record and the area of the muni in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Fantastic. My name is Andrew Clare. I am an attorney with Holland & Knight LLP. We represent Host Chen, and I just wanted to speak to the conditional protest that Assembly Muni is about to issue. It has to deal with a violation that the inspector found of the fire code at the location, and it was a miscommunication. The airport officials asked us to chain a door due to crowd control at the airport, and that actually was not permissible under the fire code. So we have worked with Eddie, the fire inspector, to get that rectified, and we have removed the chain, and the reinspection is on Thursday. And through the chair, I just wanted to put that on the record so that the Assembly would be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clare. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
The item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 2895 for Eagle River Bowl LLC, DBA Homestead Lounge Sourdough
Waive reading.
Bowl. Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-2.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Item 15B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2021-118, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $111.09 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of educational capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at the election to be held in the municipality on April 5, 2022. Public hearing on this item is now open. We'll go ahead and start with the phone list since we have two people signed up to testify. Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Compton, please?
This is Amanda.
Hi, is this Amanda Compton?
This is.
Hi,
Can I put this on speakerphone?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO.
Excellent, thank you.
2021-118, the proposed ASD school bond. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of the community in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Do you want me to just state my name now, or are my 3 minutes starting?
Yes, if you go ahead and state your name, you can go ahead and go into your testimony.
Okay. My name is Amanda Compton. I grew up on 12th Avenue and P Street in this beautiful old log house of the late Senator Stevens. In 2009, in the wake of the housing market collapse, I was fortunate to become a homeowner on M Street in my childhood neighborhood. I want to be clear about something. Opposition to the design on the south side is not opposition to a full new rebuild of Inlet View. You may hear from other residents tonight convinced people who own homes around me just don't want any change or have trivial aesthetic concerns. The south side design isn't just akin to a neighbor painting their house in fuchsia and neon orange stripes. It's a very massive problem. Consider comparable elementary schools, Denali, Chugach, Fairview, and where Inlet View currently sits.
They all have a street buffer between the school and residences. Simple concept. The South Side plan, it's pushed right up against people's homes with no physical barrier. I'm aware the ASD may have communicated that those frustrated are small in number, but scores of residents who favor a North Side design have mobilized, appealed to the ASD via letters and testimony, written letters to the editor, and scoured through the design committee documents. There's over 100 of us. I think sticking to the South Side design is just frankly easier at this point, but it's not smarter, and we have to think smart. It's a 50-year design. A strong point in favor, excuse me, a strong point of those in favor of the South Side location is the decrepit state of the current school. So why is the solution to keep these kids in the building with poor heat and sewer systems for yet another year in order for them to play in the shade for the next 50 years, which is what the South Side design will mean for these kids? Earlier today, you received an email from Mitch Colum with photos he took this month illustrating where the property is shaded and where the sun is at noon. You've got to review these photos before advancing the project. The South Side playground is totally shaded, as is nearly the entire school, while at the same time, on the same day, the North Side is in the sun. Note that every one of the 4 schools listed before are located on the north side of their respective properties. What you might not be hearing is that there is design on the north side that would not result in busing kids. This site is adjacent east of where the school is now. It was just less palatable for the design team as it includes temporary portable units. Portable units that might have to be installed anyhow when something breaks in the school in the next year. Please support the most reasonable decision, the one that won't bitterly divide the community and create a subpar environment for the kids. Specify bond language that endorses a full rebuild of Inlet View Elementary on the best location of the property, the north side. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry for my cough.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good night.
Good night. Mr. Turner, could we get Ms. Sharon Meacham on the line, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Sharon Meacham?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-118, the proposed ASD bond. Great. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record, the area of the muni in which you live, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Meacham, and I live in the South Addition. I am a retired Anchorage School District principal and was recently appointed to the Inlet View Building Design Committee. And after I've studied the adopted plan, I have many concerns centering around the health, safety, and the educational outcomes of the Inlet View children who are scheduled to remain in place for the year during construction. And so I strongly ask the Assembly to do whatever is possible to encourage the district to reconsider their placement. On November 5th, I met with Principal Ahrens and Charlie Peters, who's the project manager, and at that meeting they stated that there were over 500 work orders on file for the building. And chronic sewer or sewage issues were cited as a very distinct primary concern. And they gave examples of raw sewage backing up into the toilets and some sinks. Since that meeting, there's obviously another sewer problem that required the district to dig outside the building, and the temporary fencing is still in place. Now, during my time as an ASD principal, I had 2 schools that went through a construction project. The first was Homestead Elementary in Eagle River, where the students remained in place during construction. We experienced the daily onslaught of student health and safety concerns. We had continual visual and auditory distractions and the disruptions that challenged our educational outcomes. And to be frank, it could be argued that the annual progress for some of those students probably suffered. The other school was Chugach optional, where we moved the students to Kennedy Elementary on Fort Richardson. There, the children did not experience construction-related issues, and they had safe, thriving educational environment for the year. So given all of this, I have the following questions. Why keep the Inlet View students in an often unhealthy environment that's plagued with chronic sewer or sewage problems? Why accept the liability that a large construction project presents to having students nearby? Why accept the possibility of lower student educational outcomes because of construction noise, visual distractions, and other construction-related issues? Why confine the students to play only on the adjacent blacktop area to the building for 1 year because their playground is under construction? So I believe that leaving the students in a building that has long-standing sewer problems while subjecting them to noise and disruptions that occur with construction could pose an unnecessary risk to their health and safety, and also challenges their educational progress. So moving to a different location presents the best option to provide a quality health, safety, and educational environment for the Inlet View students. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go back to in-person testimony. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Yes, Niall Williams. In response to 2021-118, I urge the members of this body to vote against another municipal bond to be put on the ballot. Every single time that we have these put on the ballot, they get voted through. The district mismanages money. They pay off their union donors. A lot of it gets swallowed up in regulation, and the students are left with woefully inadequate facilities, such as through the chair this past, I believe it was November, the Anchorage School District Board had to pass an emergency ordinance to put forward $1.25 million for an intercom system at West Romig High School. Then about a week and a half later, through the chair, we had a giant incident there. So it exposed the need for that in an emergency situation. Through the chair, of the 92 properties, the district estimates that 80-something are in disrepair. Roofs caving in, lack of adequate water, how far away the nurses' stations are from the students, failure to provide adequate services under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Maybe we need to start auditing the handicap parking spaces, the entryways to the buildings, making sure they're sufficient. Are they up to 2018 international building codes? Maybe there needs to be an amendment added. We need to assess what buildings are not up to the building codes. I'm looking for a unanimous consent and a vote for no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or area of the community in which you live. And if you could go ahead and press the yellow button. Thank you.
Oh.
Actually, it's, okay, now it's on.
I apologize. My name is Zach Fields. I live on K Street in South Addition near Inlet View, and I wanted to appear to thank the school board and the school district for putting together a balanced bond proposal. There are more than 24 important projects on this bond, from Chugach to South Anchorage, and one of them is in my neighborhood, South Addition. Inlet View was built in 1957 and serves an incredibly important function in our community. And this bond includes funding to replace the decrepit Inlet View structure. The Inlet View community is incredible. Principal Ahrens, whose who along with teachers and parents has created an international baccalaureate program, the parents who spend hundreds of hours every year helping teachers provide a good learning environment, the teachers, many of whom have worked there for decades. The more you learn about Inlet View, the more inspiring it is. They've done all this work in a building that is crumbling. This year there have been sewage leaks on the playground, bathrooms have been closed, kids literally have had nowhere to go to the bathroom in a school. And in the 20th century in Anchorage, I find that appalling. This building needs to be replaced. The school district has come up with the most economical plan to build a new structure that will provide students the best learning environment for 60 years. I don't think it's our place to micromanage design decisions. I have opinions about those. But the highest priority is a great learning environment for students. Please remember the South Addition Community Council overwhelmingly endorsed having this project on the bond, and the South Addition Community Council rejected any proposals to micromanage design questions or put contingency language on that bond. There's a process to include our neighborhood's input, and there are numerous neighbors from all sides of the school, parents and future parents who are on the building design committee overseen by the school district. So in addition to the expertise of the architect, in addition to the expertise of a qualified and very experienced team at the school district, we have extensive input from South Addition. Thank you for advancing the school bond, and thanks for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions, and I see we have in the audience with us Mr. Roth and Mr. Bakalis, so I was hoping that I could ask a few questions, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
And there appear to be others as well, so it looks like we have the whole contingency. That's great. Madam Chair, can we just invite them to make some statements maybe before, or do you want me to jump in statements before and then I'll jump into questions? Okay, let's
Either
give them
way
a
is
few
fine.
minutes.
If you'd like to hear from each of them, sure. And if you all know how it works, I know if you just state your name for the record.
Yes, Madam Chair, my name is Tom Roth. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Anchorage School District. I also have with me Ms. Margot Bellamy, who is the School Board President for the Anchorage School District. And we also have Ms. Kelly Lessons, who is another school board member. And as has been mentioned, I've got folks here from the administration. We're happy to entertain any questions on the bond proposition.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, you want to go ahead?
If you want me to jump in, I'm ready. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Roth, one of the questions that I had kind of yesterday, I'd requested a copy of the bond amortization schedule, if you will. And I know in the past I've seen that before. I looked through some of the current information. I couldn't find it, but sometimes it's just hard to find specific documents. It's not that it's not there, it's just I don't know where to look. But I wanted to know, because you were using language in the bond proposition that said that in the future you were going to be paying off $270 million, something like that, I think it was, over the next 5 years. But what I wanted to see was more of the trend of the past 5 years or 10 years. Because one of the things that I remember from my time on the school board was that there was a very concerted effort that was kept up for years that was all about making sure that we didn't put bond packages on the ballot that were any bigger than the amount of bonds that were being paid off. And that way, we were able to make quite a bit of headway in reducing the bond indebtedness of the school district, while still keeping up with projects. Granted, I know there's always way more need than there's money for. I know that. I think everybody knows that. I mean, you have a lot of facilities to keep up. But my question is, somewhere then, somebody decided to change that policy. So I kind of wanted to get a sense of when that happened and kind of why. So in other words, why have we kind of foregone this idea of trying to make that kind of headway to go to the point where now we're just going to jump into a very large number, over twice what we would normally be presenting in a bond package. So anyway, if you can add that, kind of how'd the thinking change? Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Kennedy. Thank you. That's a great question. So if I might, just a couple things. So I think most of the Assembly members are cognizant back in 2015 that the legislature imposed really a termination on state bond debt reimbursement. So we realized from that point on that any bond that went forward to the public was going to be 100% paid for by the public. At the time, the school board actually gave us guidance that we've been compliant with, and that was really to the effect that we would focus on maintaining and sustaining the buildings that we have. So we focused and continue to focus very heavily on doing deferred major maintenance in our buildings to keep our buildings functional. So to that point, I would offer that we really have not deviated either from that practice or from what you've described, Member Kennedy, is an attempt to sustain a bond amount that is generally commensurate to what we are retiring yearly. Now, just as an example, in the 2020 bond, that's the first time that we've done a 2-year bond. And the bond that year was in the amount, I don't have the exact amount in front of me, about 86 million if I recall, for 2 years. But in that same time period, we retired well over 100 million. So we're actually retiring more bond debt than what the district is incurring over that same period of time. And historically, the district averages, I would say, between 45 to 55 million annually over about the last 11 to 12 years. So what we have seen generally over the last 5 years are numbers that are below that amount. And this bond proposal, what is exceptional is that the district is proposing to replace a school building. Were you not to have that proposition or that project on this bond, it would again be well below what we are retiring over the 2-year period, which is the duration for this bond. But I do appreciate the sentiment. We're very cognizant, again, of the debt that we're asking the public to assume is going to be fully funded by property owners. Madam President, is there anything else you care to add to that? Or?
No, just to reiterate that we have not deviated from, the only thing that has changed is going to a 2-year bond every 2 years, but we have not changed what started when you were on the board relative to not incurring more debt than we are retiring.
Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
It's not quite follow-up, it's another question. But
sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much. My other question then is in regard to the Inlet View project. And we are getting letters from other community members, neighbors, maybe not necessarily parents of students there, but neighbors in the neighborhood. And there seems to be a controversy. I've heard there's as many as 100 parents that do not approve of the new plan. So can you kind of speak to that? I mean, I certainly understand that there are some who, I think probably everybody realizes that something has to be done. And they want to see an improvement in that school to get it, up to speed. And anyway, apparently there's a controversy over what that actually looks like. So can you speak a little bit to that? I know the design committee's made their choice, their decision. The board obviously has approved that, yet there's quite a few people in the neighborhood who aren't satisfied with that yet. So can you just speak to that? Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Kennedy, absolutely. So I'll start by saying I'm actually very, very proud of this building design committee Most of the folks who were involved in this specific committee, quite frankly, have been involved in Inlet View for the last 6 to 7 years. For those who've been involved either in the Assembly or the School Board, we know that Inlet View has been a continuous topic of discussion, so many people have been involved, and the folks who have stuck with it were on this building design committee. I think they're all very committed to providing an outstanding school that is absolutely, would be a superb addition to the South Addition. So back in 2020, the district did present a bond proposal that was approved by the public that authorized the district to do the design and planning for Inlet View. So once the bond was approved, we initiated that process. The district contracted with Envision, the architect company. In fact, we have Mr. Paul Barrell here, who is the architect for the project. That process moved forward, and right at the time that we went into a close down under COVID. So the process that they followed was largely conducted through virtual means. That was just the fact. But it was intended, again, to be inclusive, as was mentioned by previous testimony. A lot of the participants in this building design committee are neighbors in close proximity to the school, parents, as well as administration. So the outcome is a school design that places the school on the south end of the school site. And that's probably the biggest point of concern. And not surprisingly, that there are some neighbors there that simply don't want that school located on the south end. So again, going back to the building design committee, I think they came back with the best conceivable plan, and they went through many different concepts, and this is what they recommended. And for a number of reasons, it makes sense. Again, we know, and we all respect the opinions of all the community members and those who don't like it. But we know in something like this, you're never going to get 100% agreement. You're just not. So we're doing our best to involve and include, and where we can find agreement, consensus, absolutely, we want to work with that population of folks. But that's where we are. Ma'am, anything else?
Yeah, I would just like to add that it is not lost on us that the project has created some angst among some of the community members. We have responded. We've added, well, not me, but the design team added more seats so that we would give voice to those who felt that their voice was not being heard. I attend or represent the board for the South Addition Community Council, and they took a very active role in trying to find a common denominator, and what we ended up with was trying to figure out, give more voice to those community members who felt that they were not included in the design work, yet also respect the work that the students, the staff, and the team had already done. So we have been dealing with this now for months, since October. And I think, everybody has have their own need, and we're trying to focus on the needs of the kids, making sure that they have what they need for generations, not just for today. But it is tough. It is tough. Some board members have walked the grounds with the community members to see their point of view. We have had numerous conversations. But I think we have done our due diligence to try and find a place, a path so that the community can get a school and we can have happy neighbors. We're not there, apparently. And at this point, I'm not quite sure what to do. I just don't, because everybody's voice is important, and we want to do what we can, to help everybody feel part of this project. I mean, this is the heart of the community, and it's important.
Thank you. Thank you both. I have one more question, Madam Chair, but I'm willing to wait. If you have other people in the queue, you can come back to me. So.
I do have several other people in the queue. I don't know if they have questions. I'll go ahead and go through, and then we can come back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. A couple of questions as well. And I just would clarify, we've been dealing with the contention since October, but the project has in fact been ongoing for 2 years, plus 7 years, plus a whole bunch of other things. So I just want to be really clear about that. It's just been contentious for a little bit, although it feels like a long time. So, Tom, Mr. Roth, we talked last night about some potential redesigns of certain traffic flow. Can you put some of that onto the table right now?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Constant. So, yes. So kind of in this continuation of finding room where we can work with the immediate neighbors of Inlet View, there is a request to relook the traffic pattern for the school, specifically the fire lane, as well as what would be the drop-off pickup lane that currently, as proposed, empties out onto Inlet Place. If you're familiar with the road network, you have Inlet Place, which is a north-south road, which is on the east side of the site. Then you have 12th Street, 13th Street, which travel east to west, but they feed right into the site, the Inlet View site. The request was to route the traffic, instead of emptying onto Inlet Place, which would have emptied right in front of one of the neighbors' homes, that it would instead enter straight onto 13th Street. So we consulted with Mr. Burrell, and his team came up with a concept to do just that would allow the traffic flow to egress onto 13th and not onto Inlet Place and right in front of homes.
And so if I might, that probably, as I think I heard you say, requires another visit to the Building Design Committee?
Yes, to continue with the Building Design Committee process, that proposal would go before the BDC, and that they would make the recommendation to either make that modification or not. I think based on just an initial look, though, that it's absolutely a feasible thing, and if that would cause some folks to see this project a bit differently, then sure, why not?
Thank you. The second question, and this one's kind of about the budget, the bonds. Did we not hear from the governor's budget? Do we have bond debt reimbursement in the budget this year?
I'm sorry, what was
the bond reimbursement? Do we have it in the governor's budget?
So through the chair to the vice chair. So there are the bonds that were passed prior to 2015 for those bonds that have not been completely exercised. They are still eligible to receive state debt reimbursement.
Right, and the governor's budget proposal this year did, I believe,
include... in terms of, so yes, not for new bond propositions that are still subject to public vote.
Okay.
But for some of the previous bonds that were authorized for bond debt reimbursement, that had been suspended in the past 2 years, but the governor did approve or propose in his budget that be reinstated.
So to the question of, the retirement of bond debts and the actual costs of this year, there is some relief coming in terms of previous year's debt that will at least lighten that burden if people are concerned about the debt load, right? That's a fair assessment?
Yes.
If, of course, the budget passes as it's drafted, but it's likely with the governor having passed it, or proposed it. Thank you. That's my questions for now. I will come back in the queue when we're done with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. I got two questions. One is, how much money do you save not moving the kids while you do construction?
So, through the chair, so just so I understand the question, so are we talking a cost comparison? If the district were to not relocate students, what's the cost by keeping them there as opposed to what the cost would be if we were to relocate students?
Correct. I mean, if you did it if you rebuilt where it currently is, you'd have to move the kids, tear it down. So I assume there must be cheaper to keep the kids in there while you construct. Maybe not. Maybe tell me.
So I mean, and you know, cost is a little bit relative. So let's just take the example where we were to relocate students during this period of time that the school would be, in this case, you would demo the existing building and then build the other new structure on the same footprint in that example. So in terms of a time perspective, at minimum, that's going to cost at least 2 academic years, if not 2.5. So the monetary cost, the construction cost, and again, these guys can come up and probably give you more specific numbers. The monetary cost is for that course of action probably is not that much different than the action of constructing a new school on the south end. The other cost that you come into, though, is you're basically parsing out a school, about 220 odd students, to 3 different schools in the area for at minimum a 2 academic year period, if not 2.5 academic years. If, again, we've gone through a couple of different scenarios on this by allowing the students to remain in the school building. You've got that continuous education process in one building, and Ms. Meacham's comments, I mean, I agree with her that there are risks, that it's incumbent on us and the contractor to ensure that we would never, ever put students at risk. So that one I think we can put to rest. You know, we will absolutely safeguard that site. What I can't really contest is, yeah, there's going to be some disruption. It will be loud at times, that we would work to mitigate that, but that's kind of another cost that's associated with keeping the kids in place. That even though they're going to have that continuity of education, that you can't get away from at least a 2-year period of, you know, some noise and disruption. That's also going to affect the people that live in that area. You can't get away from that either way. So I guess that's kind of a long way of getting to it. If you're looking for a financial cost, I mean, we can pull these guys up. I mean, transportation factors in a bunch of other things, but Paul, come on up. This is Mr. Paul Burrill again. He is the architect for the Inlet View project, and he's probably the most intimate person on this project. Go ahead, Paul.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. So to answer your question, and as Mr. Roth was just saying, it's kind of, the cost is depending on whether you relocate the students to another school. And I don't have those specific costs. The district would have to speak to what the costs are of having to bus kids to another school. What I do understand is that the district doesn't have the capacity at nearby schools to house those students, so that is a challenge. But if we were to build a relocatable farm on the school site for the kids to remain on the site during construction, from one of our previous projects, Turning Elementary School, we did that when we did a renovation, and that relocatable farm cost approximately $1 million to fund those relos during construction. So I think that's kind of a direct answer to what the cost might be if the students were to stay on site in relos.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
I have another one that would be for the attorney, so I can wait if other questions are for the school district staff.
Thanks, Mr. Weddleton. We'll go ahead and continue then with questions for these folks and go to Ms. Allard next.
Thanks, Tom, for being here tonight. Can you tell me how much has your student enrollment declined?
Through the chair to Member LaFrance. Specific numbers, ma'am, I'm not sure, but I do believe that the district, since COVID, we have seen what appears to be a sustained decrement of about 2,500 students. And I think we're still kind of coming back in terms of students in school buildings. I think this is going to be dynamic. A lot of students went to virtual, either in homeschool programs or in ASD virtual, because of the concerns that are still out there with regards to the COVID risk in school buildings. So we think as this subsides, this concern subsides, that we will likely see more students returning to in-school education.
Okay, so I apologize. It's a two-parter. Quick though. I was under the impression it was about 6%, and so you're saying that number is not accurate. And I received that from one of the administration individuals.
Yeah, through the chair. Jim Anderson's a guy that really kind of works with the demographers.
That's who I got the information from.
Yeah. So our CFO would probably have that specific.
Okay, so I'd venture to say it's about 6,000, what he told me, not
No, not
2,500.
6,000. No.
So who has a good number here tonight? Anybody?
About 2,500
Okay.
is
You're
about
sticking
the
to
right
that.
figure. We were about 45,500.
Okay.
And now we're sitting right around 43,000 students.
So this kind of is relevant to it then, Tom. What is the complete utilization and capacity of the schools?
Top of my head, I don't know.
No idea?
Well, you're asking for specific information. I just don't have it in front of me. It's not that I don't have an idea.
Does anybody here that's representing the school district have any idea?
Sure. And this is Mr. Tom Fenisef. Tom is our Senior Director for Capital Planning and Construction.
So currently, in the aggregate, we're at 77.
Can you get?
Currently in the aggregate, so overall in the district, we're about 77% capacity.
$77, and we're
77%,
building a new
yeah.
school. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
All right, so.
You're looking at total capacity.
Yep, I got total capacities per schools, and I'm looking for the roll-up here. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
That's elementary, that's middle, and
Go put it up.
Tom, I have a question just while he's looking that information up. Was Inlet, and I'm not sure, was Inlet Elementary, was it, let me see, Inlet View Elementary School damaged in the earthquake at all?
Inlet View did have damages. They all had damages, but Inlet View did not experience any structural damage. Typically, what Inlet View experienced, which was consistent with
So the school was built in 1957.
1957.
We want to rebuild a whole new school for over $30 million, and there was no damage
No, there was damage.
during the
There wasn't
earthquake?
structural
Okay,
damage.
what type? Like, was it significant?
Ceiling tiles, displacing light fixtures.
Minor.
Cracks, those types of damages, but there was not structural damage that required major repairs.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Go ahead.
So to give you an idea of enrollment over the years, to give you some reference points, in 2019 we had 46,229. 2020, that dropped to 41,962. In 2021, that jumped back up to 43,390. And that's where we stand approximately right now. So overall, in the aggregate, we're at 77% capacity within our schools. That varies from school to school, of course. It's 77% for the elementary level, and then your secondary is at 78% capacity.
Thank you. And I think one of my main concerns is that you've had children that have had quite a bit happen to them in the last 2 years, and then we're going to ask them to sacrifice another 2 years. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So we will continue through the queue, going back to Ms. Kennedy, and then Mr. Weddleton had other questions as well. So Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered what kind of bond survey work had been done in preparation for gauging the public opinion on such a large bond passing. So anyways, was there any survey, public opinion survey done? Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Kennedy, yes. The district did contract with Hayes Research Group, and this in November of 2021, specific to this bond proposition.
And can you elaborate a little bit on what you found in that survey, like what the questions were that were asked and what the responses were? Thanks.
Through the chair, yes. So these are the specific questions, and we can certainly dive into the results. So the first questions are really kind of just seeing, are you voting in elections? Did you vote in previous? The first question that is specific to this current 2022 bond. Do you support or oppose a 2-year bond in 2022? Do you support or oppose a proposal if over $102 million? Again, that's the amount that the district is projecting will be retired over this 2-year period. Third question, do you support or oppose a proposal if under $102 million? Next question, what amount under $102 million would you support? If you answered, I oppose. It's just kind of a continuation question. What amount under $102 million would you support? Again, a continuation question. Do you support closing and repurposing low enrollment schools? If over $200 million do you support a bond over $102 million with a 2-year request suspension? So again, if the district were to present a 2-year bond, would you support that bond if the district didn't come back until a 2-year suspension? Do you support replacing a school building? And then some more demographics if you're a parent with students. So those are the questions, and again, I'm happy to share what the survey results were, if there's any specific topic.
Madam Chair, I actually would like the results of what they said about whether or not they would support over 100 million, or they would rather support an under 100 million. Thanks.
So if you could just summarize those, Mr. Roth, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So in this survey was of 1,040 people throughout the municipality. It was a combination of telephonic interview as well as text communication. So the question, do you support or oppose a 2-year bond in 2022? And there are 5 categories: strongly support, somewhat oppose, strongly oppose, and then the 5th category, don't know, refused to respond. So in the to support, strongly and somewhat, the cumulative total that support a 2-year bond in 2022 is 67.7%. moving to the next question. Do you support or oppose a proposal if over 102 million? Again, the same 5 categories. The 2 categories that support strongly or somewhat, that cumulative total was 54.7%. Do you support or oppose a proposal under 102 million? Interesting, the people that strongly or somewhat supported a proposal under 102 million was about 32%, strong and somewhat support. Question, do you support closing and repurposing low enrollment schools? The cumulative total of those who strongly or somewhat support are at about 75%. The question, do you support replacing a school building? And the question, I'll read this verbatim. Would you support a replacement school building for an elementary school if the 1950 era building is too small to accommodate the student population living in the school zone and the cost to renew and sustain the existing building is not cost effective? That was the question. And of the respondents, about 68.3% supported replacing a school, given that criteria. So those are just, again, some of the results from the survey.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. I appreciate that. And then I have one more. Thank you. And actually then, how did you come to the decision then to have one big bond? Because typically there's a major maintenance bond and then there's a new construction bond and maybe a planning bond. Anyway, how did you come to the conclusion, or how did the school board come to the conclusion then, that there needed to be just one big bond? Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Kennedy, and I'll certainly defer to the board president, but at least in my recent tradition back to 2015, the district has always presented a consolidated bond. You can talk to, there's some of the reasons why. Historically, when the district has presented several bond propositions on a single ballot, the voters will default to one. Typically, it's the one that is the least expensive, and then they'll vote down the other one. That's just a truth. So the approach, at least in my time, has been to have a single proposition. I don't know that there was a deliberate discussion. There was not, in my knowledge, if the board did deliberate on whether to break a separate proposal out for Inlet View. But in the end, the school board did vote for a consolidated bond, so that's where we are. Ma'am, any other comments there?
I'll just add that the original proposal that came from the administration was altered by the board because of the needs of schools like Inlet View and a few others. So that was a significant board discussion, a debate, everything from renovating the school on site to moving the kids, and we had a very robust discussion. And so what is before you tonight is the will of the Anchorage School Board based on lots of debate and discussion and looking at the needs of our students.
Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So we'll go back to Mr. Weddleton and then to Ms. Allard.
School district staffer and Ms. Bellamy are off the hook with my question, so you can hang out there or whatever. So this is for an attorney. I don't know if it's Mr. Gates or Mr. Burke, but we've had a number of emails on this bond. They're focused on Inlet View, and with some suggesting that the assembly do something to influence the design of the school. So I have two questions. Can we make any changes within this bond proposition? And two, does the Assembly have any role in, through this document, recommending what design would be used?
Through
That was
the-
to our
the
attorneys,
chair
actually, I think. Hold on.
Okay, okay.
You might be able to answer also, but it was immediately to them.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke for the record. I think the short answer, Assemblymember Weddleton, on both those questions is a no. I can get you more detailed answer if we have a 5-minute break, but I think the answer to both those questions is a no.
Short nose works as well as a long. Thank you.
Mr. Gates, did you want to add anything?
Just that I agree with that, and that it's abundantly clear the Assembly has no role in the design decisions. That's the school board's jurisdiction, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kennedy had mentioned that there was approximately about 100 parents that opposed this. The school's population, I think it's 215. I would assume that 2.5 kids on average per family, that's well over half the parents are saying they don't want this. So can you explain?
Through the chair to Member Allard. So the figure of 100, I don't know exactly how many individuals have communicated it as part of this group in the South Edition that have voiced their opposition, but the 100 are not all parents of students, if that was your observation. There are a number of people who live in immediate proximity to Inlet View, that those people who are opposed to the construction on the south end of the site, that's probably around 10, would be my guess. And then there are a number of supporters within that vicinity who are sympathetic to their opinions, and some I mean, ranging in, some are adamant, some less so. That's just my assessment of it, but I wouldn't characterize it as 100 of the parents of the 200 and some odd students that attend Inlet View.
Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up really quick?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just to kind of go back on the damages, it sounded like it was cosmetic or surface damage at Inlet, and I don't think you have a number. Did you put in any type of FEMA reimbursement? Was there anything done with that? And if yes or no?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Allard, again, the damages at Inlet View were not so significant that it was a project that...
And for the $30 million to do it, why are we rebuilding a school that actually withstood the FEMA damage? I know it's a little older,
Sure.
But
So,
we're talking about an entire $30 million to rebuild a school
and that's a...
I think the
through chair,
architect wants to speak.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I think he wants to explain
Yeah,
it.
that's a great question, and we can do all the cost benefit. And I'll ask Paul to come up, but I will also share, I mean, another factor that matters, I believe, in this one. So Inlet View, it's a small school. The program capacity of Inlet View, we assess it at 170 students. Notwithstanding the impacts of COVID, that school has housed over 240 students. It's an extremely successful program. A lot of the kids that attend Inlet View, quite frankly, are coming in from other elementary schools, other areas. But the resident population, the number of kids that actually reside within that zone, if every student that resides in the Inlet View catchment area attended Inlet View, that's about 365 kids. So that school, if we had a need to house those students, can't.
So
it's too small.
So you're saying the school is too small currently
It's too small,
and can't house
but it's
the
also,
children?
and they'll talk about the physical aspects of the structure. It's a 1957 building.
And it survived the 1964 earthquake, too?
It still requires fire suppression. It requires a replacement to the entire HVAC system. And it's got 57 years of life in Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska. All that years of snow and heat and thaw and snow and heat, it's been discussed. The systems are worn out. I mean, we could certainly renovate this school building at a commensurate cost to what it's going to cost to replace it. So we can talk cost benefit, but that's a huge factor. That we can renew it for, I think we estimate about 24 million to extend the building life 30 years. Whereas we can replace the building for 30 million and you have at least 50 to 60 years of building life. Not to mention the fact that, it's like renovating, a 1960 car.
So I'm going to because I think everybody else wants to talk to, and I just want it more concise and shorter answers. So when you're saying that, though, are you, by all this that you're talking about, is the school out of code?
The school, yeah.
So are we having children sitting in a school right now that's completely out of code and unhealthy?
The school is grandfathered to the last time it was renovated. It was updated to the code of the time. It is not up to 2021 code. As soon as you open it up, though, then you have to bring it up to current code.
If it's possible, can you send me that information when you, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And it's not my intent to recreate prior meetings here, given that this was introduced last month and Inlet View isn't a new topic and much information has been shared with the Assembly. So I will go to the remaining folks in the queue. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and this is not questions for Mr. Roth, this is testimony. Inlet View Elementary School is the second oldest school in the municipality of Anchorage. It's old. It's been the school that we renovate and patch together and do everything we can to keep the lights on and keep kids learning and growing for longer than every other facility save one, since 1957. This process began in 2015. In 2015, the school board made a proposition to shutter Inlet View Elementary. At least some members of it did, not the body. That began a very robust organization in the neighborhood of PTA members, community council leaders, etc., which brought me to the table years before I was elected to serve the district. Those parents argued passionately to save this school because this school is a high-performing neighborhood school where kids walk to school still in the town of Anchorage, right downtown. It's beloved and it is the heart of the neighborhood. We, as a group, convinced the school board in 2019 to add to the bond a planning project that got us to the point where we are today. Voters overwhelmingly approved it in 2020. Almost immediately on passage, the district impaneled a building design committee of school staff and what I'm calling parent neighbors. Some of those parent neighbors actually attended Inlet View when they were children. The people involved in this process have long, long histories in the community. As much as possible, on the advent of the COVID pandemic, the school district and the design team followed the process as much as they could, which was very difficult because the entire world changed. As you move forward to approximately October of this last year, the project team came back to the Community Council South Edition, which if you've had any time to spend with Community Council, South Edition has a particular flavor, robust. The project team came and presented the concept for the school. And almost immediately, the neighborhood divided, which happens. And the neighborhood divided on the outcome of the building design committee's thoughtful work that they put into the plan that said they would see the best structure on the south part of the school site. The other group really, really passionately wants to see the school stay on the north. There were approximately, or I guess exactly 107 people who signed on to a petition. They were not parents, they were residents and neighbors who signed on. And the letter that they signed on specifically stated that they support the construction of a new school. They have concerns about the south. They want to see it remain on the north. I have yet to find a parent or a neighbor say, don't rebuild this school. That is not a conversation that's been happening in the community. There have been a number that say, help us figure out a way to move the design back to the north. So through this conflicting process, which is what community councils are set up to do, is address conflict and allow neighbors to come to a point on decisions, help us, help advise the school board on policy decisions that they make. It became apparent that the process was in some ways deficient due to the pandemic and due to past practices. And I think that that's one way that the school board can work with the community to improve the process, which is to look closely at how these building design processes occur and the ways to make them better representative and don't create as much conflict, because that's our job, is to try to find the critical path. So there is room for improvement. But the school district and the building design committee and the contractors did listen to the community council that asked to add 2 members from the community who weren't parents at the time, but who were neighbors, so they might add a different perspective. And the process went back to the building design committee. Now I'll tell you, some subset of those 107 people who signed that document after that process were not satisfied. And in the end, these processes almost always work out that way, that you have some people who are satisfied and some people who aren't. But in my opinion, we have to keep our eye on the prize, and the prize is educating children into the future. So the neighbors who organized this framework, this opposition, this dissent, asked for us to mandate to the school board that they move the design. Or barring that, they asked to add funding that would allow for additional design, but would require to move the school to the north, which is just a horse of a different color, but gets you to the same place. And so basically my investigation has found that we have no path to meet this request, that design level details belong to the Anchorage School Board and its processes, that it's long held understanding that the Assembly's role is to approve or deny funding requested by the school board. Even if we had the possibility to increase or decrease the amount, we still would not be able to make them spend it the way we want to. It is the purview of another elected body of this municipality to make those decisions. So, I have 3 asks. The first ask, I will say to the Anchorage School District, please continue working closely with the neighbors to mitigate their concerns meaningfully as the design process moves forward. Review the location of the building footprint again if possible, and look closely at that traffic plan that you have presented to us, and provide some relief to the concerned neighbors on the traffic flow. I have an ask to the neighbors of South Addition. Continue to advocate robustly for your perspectives and your opinions, and I'll change what's in my memo that says remember that this conversation is among neighbors first and about a bright future, and to treat each other gently as these are trying times. But instead I'll say, you have done that, and please continue to do that, because my neighbors are fighting over the future of the education of their children. Think about all the battles you have going on in your neighborhoods in this community right now. My neighbors are fighting over the future of their children. Those are the people I want to be with. And finally, I ask the members of the Assembly to approve sending this bond to the qualified voters of the municipality. I and many of my neighbors have been engaged in this effort to renew the future of Inlet View Elementary since 2015. Many have fought much longer than that. This is the oldest school, the second oldest school in the city. Let's rebuild it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-118.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Item 14A passes 9-2. And thank you to the members of the school district administration and the board for being here tonight. We will now move back to item 13A on our agenda. Ordinance number AO 2021-117, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.30, Rules of Procedure for Assembly to codify additional rules of procedure for the Assembly and presiding officer to promote the efficient, safe, and orderly conduct of Assembly business. Before I open the public hearing, Ms. Kennedy, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A S version of AO 2021-117 and the accompanied AM that's been sponsored by Ms. Allard and myself has been passed out as a laid on the table item, and I move to incorporate AO 2021-117S and the accompanied AM and have them added to the agenda.
Second.
This will be item 13A2. And I am advised that the body will need to vote to incorporate this S version that has been laid on the table. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to incorporate the S version, an S version to 2021-117 on the table, on the agenda, as laid on the table.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
The motion to incorporate this S version passes 9-2. The public hearing for AO 2021-117 is now open, and we'll go ahead and begin with in-person testimony, and after three folks, we'll move to the phone. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or area of the muni in which you live.
Irene Quidno, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I'm against AO 2021-117. Like so many other ordinances, it should never have been introduced. This ordinance is about censorship, not running efficient meetings. In the ordinance, on page 2, not the S version, it talks about the powers of the chair under E. Point 2, the chair shall have the authority to prohibit members from bringing dangerous or distracting items. No definition what that is. Removal for actual disturbance, no definition what that is. Safety rules, the chair may adopt rules to promote the safety of members and attendees of assembly meetings. No definition. You can make up any rule you want and claim it's a safety rule. Dilatory motions, points of order, and requests for information. You are the one who is making the decision what is dilatory and what is not. And you have proven again, today again, as many times before, that the things that you find off-topic and dilatory are the things that you do not want to hear, that do not agree with what you want to hear. Anybody who talks in favor of what you want to hear does not get reprimanded for being off-topic, unless Ms. Allard points it out. You are not only censoring the public when you do not like what we are saying, but also elected officials The audacity you have to think you have the authority to silence even elected officials is astounding. It reminds me of growing up. I grew up in Germany when East Germany was a communist country. My parents fled East Germany shortly after the wall was built. The rest of my mother's family stayed in East Germany. In East Germany, if you did not belong to the Communist Party, you were denied many things. People were encouraged to spy on their neighbors and report them if they did not follow the party line. Does that sound familiar? If you were too outspoken, they were marginalized, ostracized, persecuted, and eventually they literally disappeared permanently without a trace. You are already censoring us. Now you want to put this into the ordinance and into the code so that you can more easily have us arrested, or even worse. Let me tell you something else from East Germany. The border guards had a shoot-to-kill order, not for people who were trying to come in, but for people who were trying to leave. So prepare yourself of what's coming.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name's Katie Begley.
And if you could move closer to the mic, please.
I currently reside in District 3. I am here today to ask you to separate out a portion of this amendment that you're trying to push through. The area that I am the most concerned about is on page 7, lines 22 and 23. The original wording of this particular portion gives you the power to close public testimony only over budget appropriation items. There's a huge semantics shift in the way you want to amend this portion. And I'm pretty upset about it. You don't change much. You take the word a and you make it the word and you limit the words budget or appropriation. But it changes your authority from being able to stop public testimony only over time-sensitive budget items and expands your power to shut down public testimony over any item that at your sole discretion is deemed time-sensitive. I would like you to separate out the vote on this specific change. I think you call it bifurcate the item, so that we, the people of Anchorage, can see where you as individuals stand in this power grab. Thank you. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, South Anchorage, represented by Mr. Weddleton, Ms. LaFrance. I'm against 2021-117. One thing that I've noticed in here was a silent protest is going against that. It's one of the amendments by Mr. Weddleton. You know, when we come up here and we talk or we protest or whatever, those 3 minutes that are on the clock, that's what we kind of live by. That's the 3 minutes that we have to kind of tell you how we feel. So I think eliminating that is, you know, it's an infringement on our First Amendment rights, whether it's protest or whether we speak it. It's still an infringement. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park. I am speaking in support of AO 2021-117, but specifically about the powers of the presiding officer as stipulated on page 2, section 2.30.020. Item 1, establishment of a seating chart. Why do we need this? In September, with Anchorage hospitals rationing care, there was a desire on the behalf of the Assembly to socially distance. But because of the mayoral administration's refusal to spread out, some members of the Assembly were forced to participate by phone instead of in person. The Assembly chair should have the right to decide how participants are seated in her chamber. Item 4, direction to security. At an infamous meeting in October, the mayoral administration asked for police and security be removed from the chambers in an act of intimidation. Although former conservative Assembly Chair Dick Cheney is on record as stating that the chambers belong to the Assembly and control belongs to the chair, we need it explicitly stated in an ordinance so that there is no question. Items 7 and 8, dilatory motions and non-germane requests for information. To anyone watching the mass testimony of September and October, it is not controversial to say that a minority of Anchorage citizens, with the cooperation of the mayor, the city manager, and an Eagle River Assembly member, drew out the proceedings night after night after night. If there were ever examples of dilatory motions or non-germane requests for information, they were on citywide, dare I say nationwide display. And the chair should have the power to identify those dilatory efforts and rule them out of order. Finally, I would like to speak to page 5, section 2.30.040, appearance requests. Stipulation that the chair may extend remarks beyond 3 minutes when the speaker is representing a group. At Assembly meetings on September 14th and September 28th, a group of Providence physicians came to these chambers to speak about a public health emergency. They spoke beyond their 3 minutes, and that example was cited again and again by an Eagle River Assembly member as justification for allowing hundreds of members of the public to hold forth for 10, 15, 20 minutes apiece. Let us state unequivocally that those doctors violated no rules. They were trying to save lives through their expert testimony, and the chair should have the right to allow that testimony. In conclusion, Ordinance 2021-117 sets forth explicitly common sense powers that we all know the chair should have in her own chambers. Please vote yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, sir. Ms. Allard?
Thank you for being here tonight,
Yes, ma'am.
Andrew. I'm going to say something that was just sent to me, and Mr. Dick Cheney wanted to chime in. He said that your testimony is full of crap. So when you're testifying on behalf of what Mr. Cheney said, I would disagree that he said that.
I have a comment. I would say that I would refer him to his interview with the Landmine that appeared in November 2021. If he goes to the Landmine, he did a 30-minute interview. I have clips of Dick Cheney saying those words. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will go to the phone. Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Allegreza, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Francesca Allegreza?
Yes, this is she.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-117, Assembly Rules of Procedure. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and your community council or the area of the muni in which you live, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Francesca Allegreza. I am not in support of 117, the censorship 101 for petty dictators. This is definitely an infringement on our First Amendment rights, and you're trying to micromanage half the city to respect you, but you guys do not deserve respect when you don't know how to uphold your oath that you took for the Constitution, the state of Alaska, and the municipality of Anchorage. Respect is earned. You just don't micromanage it for the people to listen to you. When you have people in the audience watching and bringing signs that you just want to kick people out if you don't like their sign. If prohibited items, is that going to be the American flag? Will you find that offensive and dangerous? I don't know. You guys aren't very trustworthy, and you want us to have you be in charge of our safety when what you do to keep us safe inside the chambers is a 3x4 plexiglass to prevent COVID transmission in an auditorium. So I'm not quite sure how you think you know how to keep anybody safe. You have members of the assembly who mock the patrons who come openly by giving them loser signs or whatever they want to do that day, but you don't reprimand them. So you can't even control your body on how they conduct themselves with each other, and you want to micromanage the city so that you feel better. It's pretty ridiculous. So you'll tell us what signs we can have, what you think we can carry. I was really shocked that I didn't see a dress code. What you telling us what we can wear or what we can't wear to these meetings, because you have micromanaged everything else into this ordinance so that you can rule over or kick anybody out for any reason that you seem fit. It's pretty disappointing, but not surprising from who it's coming from. So at the other part is the silent testimonies. I really think that's absurd that you're going to tell people when they're doing a silent protest that their time is up when they have 3 minutes to do whatever they'd like to do with their 3 minutes.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Your time is up.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go back to in-person testimony. That completes the phone list. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. I support AO 2021-117. This AO codifies what has been considered tradition in assembly chambers. Contrary to certain characterizations posted online by an Eagle River member, this ordinance takes no one's guns, nor does it violate their freedom of speech, but it is simply an ordinance that codifies some of the traditional procedures of the chamber. This has become necessary because the mayor has not respected traditional proceedings and has encouraged incivility in the assembly chambers on several occasions. As I've stated before, these chambers are where city business takes place and are not kindergarten classrooms nor a therapist's office, and a certain decorum should be followed so that we can get to the important business of doing good things for our city. This ordinance supports this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Madam Chair, if I might, I'd make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Let's go to 12.
Motion to extend the meeting to
Move
12.
to go to 12.
Is that a second, Mr. Weddleton? No.
Second.
Let's be realistic.
A motion to extend the meeting until midnight has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, this meeting has been extended until midnight.
Yeah, just for a quick point of clarification, I move the original 117. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We have a number of amendments. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd actually like to move the S version.
Second.
We're letting the system catch up. So we are unable to have two main motions on the floor. We had a motion to approve the original version by Mr. Constant, which was seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. So we will need to address that motion before we can entertain another main motion on the floor. So we'll go ahead and go through the amendments. Mr. Constant, did you come out of the queue? And Ms. Kennedy, did you go back in? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I guess, is actually procedural, and that is, so then at what point is it correct procedure to move the S version?
So, Ms. Kennedy, you could encourage a no vote, because one way to dispense with that main motion, assuming the mover and the seconder do not withdraw that, is to vote it down, and then at that point, you could introduce a new main motion on the S version.
Okay, so there's nothing superseding in this process. In other words, there's not a motion then that basically gets you to the other document without first voting down the first document.
Yes, there is not, since that is the primary motion.
Okay, I call the question.
I second.
Second.
Maybe 11:30, you should have said that.
Ms. Kennedy has made a motion to call the question, and Mr. Constant, you seconded. So there's no debate on this motion, and members may proceed to vote. A vote of 8 would bring the vote on the main motion to the body and end all discussion.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar needs to vote.
The motion fails 7-4. We are back on the main motion. We will go through amendments. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. So I would move Weddleton Amendment 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Weddleton Amendment 1 has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. This would on page 2, starting at line 15, amend, is it up on the screen? Look, the line number's slightly off. But the gist of this is that it's been taken, this section has been taken, that the chair would go out there and assign seatings amongst the people here in the audience. And I don't believe that's the intent, and it's certainly not necessary. So that changes that, and then it also changes so that it only applies to assembly members and assembly staff. We don't want to infringe on the administration. Do you want me to read this, or is it enough that it's on the screen?
We're okay, actually, since it's since a written copy has been distributed and it's on the screen.
All right, thank you. And I think this clarifies without really changing the intent of the section.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I was just going to state that I support this amendment. I did see some comments that were sort of aghast at the idea of a chair seating chart, which was surprising to me because, as those of us who have been chair know, it's like one of the few actual powers the chair has is to establish the seating chart up here, and so I assume that's what they were talking about, and I'm glad that this clarifies that. I will say that the authority to prescribe how physical space of the premises can be used, I do think that that's necessary. And I remember at the very beginning of the pandemic that we had to take some sort of creative steps to using tape and things like that to try to comply with the emergency order. So I do think that's also an important power. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a no vote on quite a few of these amendments. I appreciate that they are to provide clarification, but I think the impetus for clarification is a really unreasonable reading, and an attempt to twist this opportunity to simply codify what happens in assembly chambers by a segment of the public, frankly. I voted to call the question, partly because I think, while maybe not perfect, AO 2021-117 gets to it and will let us get back to a lot of other business that we have to take care of. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I am in support of this amendment. It actually very closely mirrors both the actual powers of the chair as well as I believe it was a prior ordinance that we had before us that dealt with a similar issue, and this mirrors very much that same language, so I will be in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
The amendment passes 10-1. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. I'd move Weddleton Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. And this would augment, it says number 10, but it actually is now number 11, given our previous amendment. But this just increases where it stands, where the chair would assign members to subcommittees, but there's also some other things that the chair makes assignments to, and that's liaisons to other organizations like AEDC, Chamber of Commerce, and then we broaden it to roles identified in the charter or code requiring appointment of an assembly member by the assembly. So it just broadens it to what, I think it was just missed, that those other things are typically done by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you.
John, or Mr. Welton, I don't think that this captures exactly the practice. I think that there are some organizations that we have members appointed to that aren't in the code or in the charter, but in fact are by virtue of a variety of reasons, whether that be NLC, NACO, or I don't know if there's a position ascribed in the code to visit Anchorage or the Chamber or any of those other organizations. And so I would make an amendment to add at the very end of that a phrase that says, or other community organizations. Just broaden it somewhat. It could be better, but I think this is too tight.
Could I respond?
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I think the word "and" already does that, because it, where the addition is there, the chair shall appoint assembly members as liaisons to other organizations. That's all of the above, right? And to roles identified in the charter or this code requiring appointment of an assembly member by the assembly. So it's both. So whatever it might be,
I think it's a
it
fair
opens
read.
the door fairly wide, which is, I believe, where we are.
I think that's a fair read. It's not necessary at this point because he's right. The word "and" is the right word.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we are back on the main amendment number 2. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I just want to suggest a very small amendment to the amendment, which is after the word chair, and appoint a member to chair, comma, or members to co-chair, perhaps and a member to chair, comma, vice chair, or members to co-chair, because we also have had vice chairs at times, and we want to make clear that the chair also has that power.
Oh, I'll second that.
So an amendment to the amendment has been made by Mr. Dunbar to add vice chair in line 3 after chair, and it's been seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
The amendment to the amendment passes 9-2. We are now back on Weddleton Amendment number 2 as amended.
So, Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just as you pointed out to me, there's a small scrivener's error in the second section. The word committee does not have a colon. C colon, I think there's like some history with that. Anyhow.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That has been recorded and will be addressed as a scrivener's error. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment number 2 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Weddleton Amendment number 2 as amended passes 10-1. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment number 3.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Let's flip over to page 7. And this regards the silent protest. And it just really, I think, it kind of softens it a little bit, is the intent here. So rather than saying these, it must not prevent the assembly from receiving other testimony, it just says will not delay other members of the public from providing testimony.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Mr. Weddleton's thought about trying to soften the blow, if you will, on this, but I believe this whole section has serious constitutional implications. It's one thing to try to govern the activities of the assembly. It's another to take rights away from the public. I have some real concerns about the entire section. So amending it in this way doesn't help fix the problem with infringing on First Amendment rights. So I don't see how I could even support an amendment like this that just tries to soften the blow. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm coming with the same thought process of when a person wants to come up and use their 3 minutes to silently protest, to push them aside regardless because we don't like what they are saying, what they're not saying, or just being quiet. I think this should be stricken completely. I'll come back around. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, it's freedom of speech. Well, you know, what we have is, to me, when people came up and they stood silent, as we had with the mask ordinance, there were quite a number of them. It started becoming a pattern. And I didn't find it a burden. I don't care. I mean, there's nothing to listen to. It just goes on. They sing and we move on. The burden is with the other people who wanted to speak. And the purpose of a public hearing isn't just freedom of speech. It is to provide information on the item before us. We've been very clear about that. People have been stopped from speaking because that's what's there. At the open mic, either time of the meeting, that's much broader. They can speak on any item. But, you know, when it's on an item, provide information, it's a very different kind of speech, which is intended and really and allowed. So, but it's, to me, the burden, and I've spent decades on that side. And if someone comes up, one after the other, and they stand in silence, and I'm waiting all night to speak, that's not fair to the people who are waiting. That's the problem I have with the silent speech. Now, if it becomes a habit where people routinely do the silent 3 minutes, I say, okay, give it to them. Have 2 podiums, and they can stand at one for their 3 minutes silently, totally good with that. And we'll have a second podium, and someone can speak and give us the information that we look for during a public hearing. Best of both worlds. We get 2 podiums. That might be faster and better for everyone anyway, but I don't think we see it often, so I'm not recommending we do that now, but to me, the burden of those 3 minutes of silence is on the public trying to speak. It stifles the public's right to speak when they can't because one after the other people stand in silence. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be clear that my no vote on this amendment is because I'm okay with the original language as proposed in the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I'll continue through the queue, and I will go first to members who have not spoken yet. So, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Looking through this, I appreciate it because it just flips it by saying it creates a problem with us receiving it and changes that to it creates a problem in allowing the public to testify. And so the way I'm reading this is that silent protest is fine. If you want to use your time to silent protest. The problem is when your protest infringes on the rights of other members of the public trying to provide their testimony. Am I reading that correctly, Mr. Weddleton? That that's the intent here is that we are trying to avoid the public using their silent protest to infringe on other public members who are trying to speak.
Yes, that's what I found the impact to be when we had kind of a series of silent speakers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go to the Department of Legal, and I'd like them to chime in and just see where they stand on somebody not being able to silently protest
We have a new department.
on their First Amendment rights.
Mr. Berg?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. I mean, certainly this is a designated public forum, and any restriction on speech, or a limited public forum, and any restriction on speech has to be content neutral and have a compelling interest. I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of not allowing somebody to use their 3 minutes for a silent protest. But certainly, there's no case law directly on point. I do think it's got to be content neutral and serve a compelling interest.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably talk more about the legalities of this question, and for me, that's what it really comes down to. I understand the impacts in terms of what happens to subsequent public testimony, but the problem is we already afford everyone 3 minutes, and we give them a limit. You know, we don't say, well, you know, anyway, we do give them a limit. We don't necessarily say how they have to use that 3 minutes. However, the public has the right to petition their government. And if that petitioning happens in silent mode, then that actually speaks volumes. So you cannot just say that because somebody has not spoken for a certain amount of time that they're not petitioning you. They are still trying to make a statement. So I don't see how we can squelch any of this. If we're telling everybody we're giving them 3 minutes, we're giving them 3 minutes. And we don't really get to tell them how they get to use that 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 3.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
The amendment passes 8-3. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. I'd move Weddleton Amendment Number 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
This is a real simple, just an edit on what is page 11 in the document in front of us. We have the word proposed indefinitely, and it should be postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 4.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry. I believe I'm sort of done. I might have another amendment. Are there other amendments?
Did you vote on this one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, geez, I was so excited to hear a yes from Meg. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
The amendment passes 11-0.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I have a philosophical question on the previous item. So I'll just, never mind, I'll ask the attorneys later. I'll ask the attorneys later. There's just something weird about it, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But I would move LaFrance Amendment Number 5.
Where are these?
Second.
Do I have that?
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment simply assigns a different section number to this new section on minutes of assembly meetings. And it would be 2.30.083.
There you go, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on Amendment Number 5.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I move Perez-Verdia Amendment number 6.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Most of my amendments are pretty clean up. This one adds the language in terms of what it's about, and then makes and then the last part of it speaks to there's some wording around standing when speaking, and so this just clarifies that generally members can sit while they're speaking. So this is really just clean up a little language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 6.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
I got the yes.
Were you standing?
Amendment number 6 passes 10-1. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Move Perez-Verdia Amendment number 7.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
This amendment codifies what is current and historical practice. It dissuades the body from violating the code when it suspends the rules, and so it just creates a clearer direction around the motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, can I just ask you a little bit about sort of how you developed this particular language? Is it taken from somewhere else in code, or I assume you worked with Mr. Gates on it, but can you or he speak to a little bit about how you developed this language?
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Gates speak to that.
I developed this language from my years of experience as a code drafter and attorney, so I can't really point to some model language that's already in code, but I know that we've had motions to suspend rules, procedural rules in the past, and some rules that were in code and some that are in Robert's rules, and this is merely adding this to our Chapter 230 to indicate that we can use the motion to suspend procedural rules only and not substantive rules that are entitled people to certain rights during the meetings and things like that. But procedural rules of the body can be suspended. That's what that's intended to do. I used word choices such as fundamental principle of parliamentary law or violated of federal state municipal charter or other municipal code. I chose those words mostly to sort of broadly cover the concepts that were related to non-procedural rules. And there are procedural rules in other parts of our code, for example, related to liquor licenses and the time frames we have for those and how those are processed. So this doesn't let us suspend those rules that are related to more adjudicatory type proceedings or relate to rights of licensees, for example. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I'll go back to Mr. Dunbar for any follow-up.
Yeah, can I ask one follow-up question? I'm aware it's 11:15 at night, and we're getting into sort of the Max Gruenberg zone of trying to be very specific with our amendments, but I don't really know what the term parliamentary law means in this context. That's the one thing that sort of trips me up here. So a fundamental principle of parliamentary law, how does that different than sort of a procedural rule? By that, do you mean common law, or do you mean some other kind of parliamentary procedure? And I apologize to my colleagues.
So if I may As an example, a fundamental principle of parliamentary law is the ability for a member to make motions and do seconds and things like that. You know, those are very basic parts of our Robert's rules and our parliamentary rules. And one of the features of parliamentary law is the final decision maker on interpretation of parliamentary law is the parliamentary body. Those are issues that sometimes arise here where we say, well, a court would defer to the decision of this body as to what the rule needs. And that's generally, and I'm maybe simplifying that a little bit, but that's generally the body of parliamentary law. A court's not going to consider and decide a question of parliamentary law.
Can I ask one quick follow-up to that? So is parliamentary law a term of art, a term that appears elsewhere in our code, or is it just something that is, you believe is understood and is distinct from parliamentary procedure?
Yes, it's a term of art, I would say, and I think you can find a really good description of what parliamentary law means in Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, probably the preface or the introduction section. That's actually where I learned a lot when I took this position as to what parliamentary law means.
That's great. That's a great answer. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Mr. Gates. I'll go next to Mr. Constant, then Ms. Zalatel, then Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Mr. Dunbar asked my question.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the sponsor's attempt to clarify what is pretty much already required, that we're not going to violate code or any other fundamental principles with the suspension of the rules. But I think in trying to codify some things that are just understood, sometimes we run into some of the problems somewhat illustrated by Mr. Dunbar's questions. So again, I'm a no here, not out of trying to be difficult or obstinate, but I think a lot of these changes are in response to something that just doesn't need to be responded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do something I don't normally do, I think, and I do apologize. I'm going to pull a Mr. Weddleton. I think that the wording of this is not good. And so when you say a federal, state, municipal charter, or other municipal code, code is modifying all of those things, right? So there's no municipal charter code. So I think it should read, and this is amendment, parliamentary law or violate a federal or state law, the municipal charter, or a municipal code provision, prescribing procedural rules applicable, blah, blah, blah. So it would say violate a federal or state law, comma, the municipal charter, comma, or a municipal code provision, and then carry on with prescribing.
Second.
So an amendment to the amendment has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant on the amendment to the amendment? No? Okay. Seeing no one in the queue on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote to add on line 1, 2, 3, 4 after, or actually let me pause a moment.
Yeah, I'm not positive I'm going to be able to get that on the screen. So, Travis has the screen. So, do you want it on the screen? I'm not going to have it.
Okay, the clerk has the language, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment to amendment number 7.
Madam Chair, can that be read once again, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, would you read it one more time?
Sure. I'll read a little bit before, just so it's easy to connect it all. So suspend a fundamental principle of parliamentary law or violate here's where the amendment starts, federal or state law, the municipal charter, or a municipal code provision. And then it picks up at prescribing. So the content is the same, it's just to clarify. It's just not to have code modifying each of those because it doesn't really work as well, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-1. We are back on amendment number 7 as amended. Mr. Constant?
So the more that I read this, I think it doesn't solve the problem it's set out to solve. So let's read this for a minute. It says a motion to suspend the rules. A motion to suspend the rules may be applied to a procedural rule in Chapter 230 of the Code. Skip all that other stuff. It says, provided it does not in effect suspend a municipal code prescribing procedural rules. Other, it says, but still, I don't understand how this doesn't literally say you can change the rules except where you're going to be changing the rules. Right? Tell me how I'm reading that wrong, but I think it's not written right. Because all we're talking about are procedural rules in the code, right? So there's a section in the code that says you can, public initial audience participation ends at 6. So we're suspending the rule that does that, but that's literally a procedural rule. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Mr. Gates?
Yes, actually, that audience participation ending at 6 p.m. is precisely one of the main reasons I thought of adding this to this ordinance, because we have suspended that 6 p.m. rule a few times in the past. All that this section being added, this paragraph 12 does, is say that you're allowed to do that, rather than facing arguments that you violated the code and, violating code gives grounds for recall and things like that. So this protects the body and the members. If you do bend rules that are just structurally procedural, like ending at 6 p.m., you want to give a few more people a chance to testify, that seems very reasonable and appropriate under some circumstances where you vote to suspend the rules.
So Dean, I don't think the language actually does that, though. I think the language is almost tautological or an infinite loop in which it says you can suspend the rules except the rules. I'm not the smart guy, I'm not the attorney, but it reads like it cancels itself.
It's procedural versus...
Well, I suppose, you could argue it in a loop that way, but generally we try to interpret laws in a reasonable manner and to be harmonious with the rest of what's in this chapter and so forth, as well as precedent and reason and policy. So, someone could creatively argue this in a loop, sure, but I would think that that's what anybody would want to do. You want to interpret this, and I think that there's very clearly some things that are substantive. A person who's testifying on the public hearing item, which in our chapter 230 gives them 3 minutes to testify, you can't suspend that and say, we're going to give you 2 minutes.
Dean, I think you just said, Dean, I'm going to interrupt you. I think you
that's
just...
a substantive right of an individual testifying.
You just said the magic word, and the magic word is substantive, I think, and it would, instead of just be other code prescribing procedural rules, it would be other code prescribing substantive rules, right? Because we're already talking about a procedural rule that we're allowing ourselves to suspend, right? So then we're talking about procedural rules that we can't suspend, and so I think then I would make a motion to change that last line prescribing substantive rules, and it would then at least...
Point of order.
Yeah, it could be done a number of ways.
Mr. Weddleton, you raised a point of order.
Can we amend an amendment twice, or do we have to suspend the rules to do that?
No, we're on the main,
We
we're
are,
on the main amendment.
we're okay because we're on the main amendment.
Yeah.
But it's a great question.
I mean, if there's a better
Yes,
suggestion
excuse
of a
me,
way...
that's actually a good change.
So just the word substantive instead of procedural after prescribing, I think would solve the problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, if I may. It is a bit of a long sentence. I apologize, I've got the answer here now. So the first part of this whole sentence is, this allows you to suspend the rules that apply to a procedural rule in Chapter 230 of this code. And then the end part, where it says prescribing procedural rules applicable, it says other municipal code other municipal code prescribing procedural rules applicable to the subject matter. And in that, I mean, for example, our marijuana licensing, we have procedural rules, and that's other municipal code, and not Chapter 230. That's in our Chapter 10. We have rules there for that. So this is saying other parts of our code than Chapter 230 that are procedural rules that pertain to a particular subject matter, like marijuana licensing. Okay. Or on Title 21, we have a whole bunch of them. So this doesn't let you suspend those Title 21 procedural rules.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. So just to further clarify, Mr. Constant, there will be no amendment to the amendment on that? Okay.
It's clear.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
It sounds like Chris felt that clarified. I got more confused because I think the whole point of this section is that you can suspend the rules as long as it doesn't violate some larger legal principle, right? Whether that's state law or that's the Muni Code. But I think that, Chris, you were sort of onto something. It's a little bizarre to say, as long as it doesn't violate something about procedure. That's not necessarily the case. It could be about any law that's applicable to the subject matter. So anyway, I would take prescribing procedural rules out, but if everyone else is okay with it, I can live with it too.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Or other municipal code prescribing procedural rules.
Actually, we need to go back to Mr. Gates on a clarifying point. The amendment to the amendment changed on on line 4 before municipal. It took out other and added a municipal code. And so, Mr. Gates.
Madam Chair, a municipal code provision.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Municipal code provision. I'm just looking at, I'm trying to call attention to the fact that other was removed, and so now it's A. And so we just need to clarify with Mr. Gates, because it was brought to my attention that when you spoke, Mr. Gates, you referenced other.
Yep.
Yes. And I would recommend we reconsider that amendment and put back the word other. I mean, that was intentionally there, so it's, we can suspend rules of procedure in Chapter 230. You can't suspend rules of procedure in other parts of the municipal code. We need the other.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
I don't even know we're making sausage at almost midnight. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Okay. I'd like to move to change a municipal code provision to read another municipal code provision.
Second.
So an amendment to the amendment has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson to insert or replace the A in front of municipal on line 124 with another, and it's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you want to speak any more to it, or Mr. Gates? Does that work?
That's all, thank you.
So seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment to replace the A in front of municipal on line 4 with the word another.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-1. We are now back on amendment number 7 as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 7 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Amendment number 7 passes 9-2. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Move Perez-Verdia amendment number 8.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Sure, so I'll just read the purpose here, but I'll speak to it. The immediate effective date that is used by default has prevented using this parliamentary tool to amend the measure at the next meeting. If these motions are allowed before anything required by the measure has been acted upon or carried out, it is more practical and logical. This amendment allows these motions after the effective date printed on the measure, so long as no actions or implementation has been carried out. So that's the intention. I would say after consulting with another member that I do need to make an amendment to this and add, so I move to amend this, adding the word after before the effective date. I think it makes more sense having the word after there because it is referring to. Oh, so I can just add that.
So that would be on line 5, your amendment?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes.
Before, so it would say
a provision of the measure has been carried out or implemented and after the effective date of the ordinance. It's a little wonky, but
and so actually, Mr. Perez-Verdia, I think as Ms. Quinn Davidson noted, it's not necessary in this case
Okay.
to do an amendment to the amendment,
Great.
as long as the second agrees. Mr. Weddleton, are you good with?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, were you in the queue for this amendment?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question for the sponsor about the mechanics of this. This one has definitely piqued my interest, but I'm not quite sure I understand how it would work in operation versus what is available now. So now, can a motion to rescind or amend something happen if the effective date was immediately? The follow-on question to that is, do you mean for your provision here, your amendment here, to be a provision that's been carried out or implemented and after the effective date, that both of those conditions have to be met? Thank you.
it's a good question.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
I'm reading through it now. Provision of the measure has been, so it should allow an amendment if it has not been carried out or implemented, right? And it is after, but it seems to me, and I would refer back to Mr. Gates, he's the one that worked with us on these, because it seems to me it would be or. Doesn't have to be both. Mr. Gates?
Mr. Gates?
Yes, I helped to draft this amendment, and so Ms. Salatel's first question, I think it was, so if there's an immediate effective date, this would still allow a motion to amend after this is adopted because nothing had been carried out by the next meeting, and that's correct. And then this is intended to require both conditions to be met. So,
so it is and.
Excuse me. If nothing's been carried out or implemented, excuse me. Yeah, both conditions need to be met. It has to be after the effective date and after some action's been taken to implement the measure. Then it's too late to do this motion to amend or a motion to rescind. But if it's after the effective date, but nothing's been done to implement it, you can still do this motion. Or if the effective date is, well, nothing's going to be implemented before the effective date. So this allows you to do something in between those two.
Great. Can I speak to this then really quickly, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I am supportive of this amendment. I think this amendment gets at an issue, particularly around appropriations, where we have perhaps appropriated larger amounts of money for a general purpose, and there is a significant delay on implementation, and we potentially become aware of an immediate need. There's a question of whether or not this could work in operation to kind of go back and edit that appropriation without going, potentially, if there's a quick need, the two-step cycle or invoking the emergency procurement rules. So I can see some utility to this. It would be interesting to see how it works in operation, but I like that it's both clauses there. I think that makes this a workable tool in our toolbox to address things that come up in that interstitial time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really trying to understand practically how this actually plays out, because it sounds like to me, well, maybe I misunderstood Ms. Salatel, but it sounds like to me we want the flexibility to be able to amend something when funding needs to be reallocated, reappropriated. And it sounds to me like this would keep that from happening, particularly when maybe other portions of the effective date are actually, or other portions of the ordinance are actually have been implemented, where other funds, I'm just thinking about how we allocated to a lot of different sources CARES Act funding, but we had to reallocate some of that. But essentially, the way I read this, according to that, we can't amend a portion of that if we've already started allocating the other funds in that ordinance. So anyway, I guess I know I'm missing something here, but I'm really trying to figure out how that this doesn't actually work against us for having the kind of flexibility that I think we have been using in the past and certainly want in the future. I'm also thinking about how we typically amend contracts to add maybe an additional year of a contract. So anyway, maybe somebody can explain to me why this is actually a good thing, because it sounds to me like it's more, it actually limits us more than it gives us flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Gates? Or, I'm sorry, Mr.
Well,
President.
I was just going to say that we've been defaulting to the effective date. And so this, in some ways, I think, creates the opportunity that if the effective date has passed, but yet there is, nothing has been implemented, so what this does, it says that you can't do it if both are in place. But we've been defaulting to the effective date. So that's, I think, the clarification, that if the effective date passes, but yet nothing has been done, that it still creates the opportunity to act on it.
Can I follow up on that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms.
And
Kennedy.
I would defer to Mr. Gates as well, but that's my reading of it.
Well, again, like I said, it seems to me a good example is the way that we have allocated CARES funding or ARP funds, either one. We basically had just a laundry list of where we sent the funds, and a lot of that went out immediately. And a lot of it, the effective date was as soon as we passed it. But there were some funds that just didn't get moved or weren't needed, so we reallocated them. But that tells me that we can't do that, because other portions of the ordinance that allocated those funds has been enacted, it's been implemented, and it's well past the effective date. So anyway, I'm certainly open for help on this, because it seems to me we actually do this already. And unless we're saying we've been doing it wrong, and we shouldn't be trying to reappropriate something with an amendment, then obviously we need to fix that problem. But that's kind of typically how we've been functioning. And I know we did it just recently with reallocating the funds from the ARP funds that was meant to go to Love Inc. and Chugach Eagle River, and we amended that ordinance in order to be able to send those funds instead to the Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce. So did we do that wrong?
Yeah, so I would default to Mr. Gates, but this amendment is intended to allow us to act even if the effective date has passed but no action has taken place. So it's intended to actually create more opportunity for us to engage than we have previously. But if that's not been our practice, I think that's a fair question, and I defer to Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I think in the instance of CARES Act funding or ARPA funding, where there was a huge list and a great amount of money, that once it was passed, we had our CFO probably preparing and taking action pretty quickly to do something and act on and implement it. I don't think that this was really something that would help with those types of measures, because they're usually acted on very quickly at in our finance department to at least prepare. But sometimes we have had some items, and we've heard a couple examples recently where, and perhaps another example is approval of a contract or the appropriation for a contract, but the next day someone comes and says, the name here is wrong and we want to get it right. And so rather than submitting to the regular agenda again and going through all the steps again, if it hasn't been acted on, the contract hasn't been executed, and so forth, then finance didn't proceed with the funds because the name was wrong. Instead, we use this procedure because it's effective immediately upon passage approval, but nothing's been acted on because people say we need to correct the name. We just bring it back with this motion to amend something previously adopted after the effective date, but before any actions have been taken.
And Madam Chair, if I could just add one piece of clarification, and just to clarify, the language that's in here is already in code. So this does expand our ability to be more flexible, and that's the intention. So that whether that's been from your perspective how we've run things or not, but the language here actually creates the opportunity for us to rescind something after the effective date if it's not been acted on.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
I have an item I want to stay in the queue for. I support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
You guys can talk me out of this if it seems silly at this stage. I'm trying to make it read a little better, so I'm proposing that we amend it to read, rescinded or amended by motion, this is on line 4, instead of after, put if a provision of the measure has been carried out or implemented, no comma, and the effective date of the ordinance, resolution, or memorandum has passed. That will make it sort of a compound thing. Taking the comma out, I think, is key. So, rescinded or amended by motion if a provision of the measure has been carried out or implemented and the effective date of the ordinance, resolution, or memorandum has passed.
Second.
I'm adding that. Yeah.
So Ms. Quinn Davidson has made an amendment to the amendment. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. And Mr. Constant, you're not in the queue for the amendment to the amendment? Okay. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. Which, would you just restate it one more time, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sure. An ordinance, resolution, or memorandum may not be rescinded or amended by motion if a provision of the measure has been carried out or implemented and the effective date of the ordinance, resolution, or memorandum has passed.
Okay.
I'm just worried it might be read in a confusing way if, yeah.
Did Mr. Constant second that?
Ms. Zalatel seconded.
Got it. Okay, I've got it.
Okay, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to Amendment 8 by replacing after with if, eliminating the comma after implemented, and eliminating the word after before the effective date, and adding the terms has passed.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-1.
Madam Chair.
It hasn't gone on the screen yet.
Oh, Travis and I are.
I see. We're not gonna get
We are now back on amendment number 8 as amended. And Mr. Constant, you're on the main motion. Mr. Weddleton on amendment number 8 as amended.
Oh, we're still on the amendment. Sorry, I have another amendment, but.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue for amendment number 8, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 8 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Amendment number 8 passes 11-0. We're now back on the main motion. Mr. Constant?
Yes, I make a motion to amend page 7, line 25, by adding the phrase, by a 2/3 vote of the entire assembly at the end of that sentence.
Where are you at?
It's page 7, section G, part 3, line 25.
Second.
By a 2/3 vote of the entire assembly. The intent of this is simply to protect the rights of the minority, and it's an important provision.
Do you have the language?
I do. I'm not positive I know the rules, but we'll figure it out.
Line 25.
Thank you.
So an amendment has been made on page 7, line 25 by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
I just ask for you to add that slight provision, which will make a big difference for people in the future.
Mr. Weddleton on this amendment?
I agree with this. Fun. I was thinking about this and I stewed on it, so I appreciate your bringing it up. Thanks. Glad you did that. This is a majority vote.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote. Are you in the queue for this, Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes, I need a further clarification. Your explanation's vague. Can you please give more explanation as to why you think this is important?
Yes, under parliamentary law, whenever you are moving to end a debate or take an item off the table, you have to do it by a supermajority, not a simple majority. Otherwise, you begin to enter the territory of violating people's rights, and it's just better to require a higher standard if we're going to take an action that ends debate. So to me, this is keeping in comportment with general principles of parliamentary law.
So before I continue through the queue, I'm going to go to the vice chair for a motion. Clearly, we're not going to get through our agenda tonight, and I am going to ask for a motion to move anything that's unfinished to the agenda of the special meeting
So
on Wednesday.
I would move everything except item 11C to the agenda for Tuesday and ask that we get through item 11C tonight very quickly.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, 13C.
13C, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just a very simple port funding project, and the port needs the funds. Okay, then we don't do it. I hear lots of no's. Okay, all of these items to the meeting of Wednesday next week. I'm sorry.
Everything unfinished?
Yep.
Okay, so a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to move everything that's unfinished to the special meeting on Wednesday. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, anything that's unfinished in 5 minutes will move to the agenda for the special meeting on the 19th. I will continue through the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
So, Mr. Constant, in your amendment, you would say is postponed indefinitely by a vote of 8 members of the body or something like that, right? But we don't have to typically vote to postpone indefinitely. We don't have to vote with 8 members. So okay.
If I might, let me just give you a scenario.
Yeah.
The code and the charter provides a very small minority, 3 members, the right to put an item on the table. The way this is drafted, 6 members could end that right. It's not fair. So it should require a heightened standard if we're going to be taking a right, essentially, by saying, or it could be even more by unanimous consent, right? That's the next level of standard on this item, which I don't want. I think a supermajority is the answer, but I think we have a duty to protect the rights of the minority in the process of our parliamentary proceedings. We do. The tide turns.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling a little bit with the amendment because if it's about ending public hearing and that's something that all of subsection G applies to, why wouldn't the 2/3 vote apply to all 3 items in order to do those things? It seems like if that's kind of a general convention of parliamentary procedure, as Mr. Constant suggests, then I don't understand why it wouldn't apply to all of subsection G. So if I could get that clarification. And I had a really hard time hearing the exchange between Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Constant, so if you could speak close to the microphone.
Ms.
Thanks.
If I might.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
In number 1, it's a standard imposed by law, so there's a third-party actor. And number 2, it's essentially at the discretion of the body because something is time-sensitive. And then number 3, when a determination is made that an item is going to be postponed indefinitely, to me, that one is different than the other 2.
Ms. Zalatel?
Could you continue that last sentence, Mr. Constant? That last one is different because would be helpful.
Its silence is a question put forward by members of the body. Without a third-party actor, without the law or the clock, or just by whim.
Okay, I appreciate that. I disagree with the analysis. I think if a 2/3 is going to be added, it should be added to the entire subsection, but I appreciate the additional clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still pondering this because I'm trying to find an example that Mr. Constant can reference so that I can make yeah, I'm struggling with this one. Mr. Constant, can you give an example of where this might be something that could affect us as assembly members? I'm speaking because I'm in the minority.
Yeah, and I don't have an example.
Sorry.
I just know that the charter and the code provide for a member to put an item forward with 2 other members. And there is the possibility with this code section that because something's to be postponed indefinitely, this allows 6 members to do it. It should take more than 6 members. It's just my simple point. It's very simple. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling with this amendment because the threshold is high. And I can think of an example where if there are sponsors of an ordinance, and I've been in that situation where you put something forward, and even though you may have an S version, you want to just start over. But once the public hearing process begins, you can't indefinitely postpone it. And as a sponsor, I think that it's frustrating as a sponsor, but it also isn't in the best interest of the public process. And so with this, even if the sponsors would like to postpone it indefinitely to perhaps bring it back, that's not a possibility unless there are 8 votes. And it is midnight, and so we are officially adjourned. We will reconvene on Wednesday, January 19th at 6 p.m. here. Thank you all for attending.